Hello, we are currently covering Cyclone Freddy at this point. Landfall fairly likely soon, within the next few hours. Let's take a look at the distance from its possible landfall. 150 kilometers out from its main landfall point. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. Oops. My mouse is glitching at this moment. Trying to fix it. Alright, something's happening. That should fix it. I don't know. Oh my god, my mouse is not showing up. Trying to fix it. Our peak for the storm, do you mean by past analysis? Or current analysis on the potential peak? Past analysis. Alright, so our past peak is 165 miles per hour. Could be up to 175 in post-analysis. This is so weird, my mouse should be showing up. Oh my god, I don't know what's going on here. This is frustrating. Oh wait, hold on, I don't think I have my mouse plugged into the right thing. That might make it work. Sorry folks. Technical difficulties at this point. If there's any questions that I can answer for you, I'm here. I'm watching stream chat. Oh, there we go, I have my mouse back. Just finishing this up. Let me just type something in. Our current analysis is 125 miles per hour, 953 millibars. Let's take a look at that eye temperature, minus 22. Wind stations are starting to pick up from 0 now, showing 16. I believe that's knots. Yeah, 16 knots. Let me pull up kilometers per hour. 30 kilometers per hour now. Let's see when the landfall time is. Yeah, roughly between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. So, that would be within 4 hours or so. And we're here to cover it all. Don't forget to like the stream. It helps us get this out to more people. Alright, so the GFS model shows it making landfall before 1 p.m. That's all we can really see in this 12-hour model, or 6-hour. Pulling up the 3-hour one for Euro, it shows between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. CMC shows it around 1 p.m. landfall, Eastern Time. NavGem, same thing. Icon model, roughly same. And now it looks pretty much trash. Well, it's not really trash. It's packing strong winds, and it's going to impact Madagascar fairly soon. I believe, yeah, tropical storm force winds are beginning to impact the coastline. And hurricane force winds are fairly close. Wind gust at this point, I mean, there's some spots that could get some category 4 gust, and hurricane gusts extend, or cyclone gusts extend pretty far inland. And then some cyclone winds on Mozambique later on in the 5-day period. 3-day now, actually. Joint Typhoon Warning Center has yet to update. This was their latest cone. They had it at 110 knots. And a landfall at around 90 to 95 knots in Madagascar pretty soon. However, this is likely out of date. Oh wait, hold on, I showed it on the wrong screen. This was our latest storm surge expectations, and as you can see, 9 feet around the coastline, and substorm surge on the western coast, with 3 to 6 feet of storm surge in Mozambique. Our rainfall potential is fairly high around the coastline, and it gets lower, and parts of Mozambique as well. Let's see, I'm going to pull up the latest cone. Give me a moment. Yeah, the La Nina that's currently active is expected to go El Nino later in the year. Alright, here's our current cone that was made roughly 30 minutes ago. We have the storm at 125 miles per hour, 952 millibars actually, and a landfall fairly soon, with cyclone warnings filling much of the eastern coastline of Madagascar. And the storm is expected to emerge out into the Mozambique Channel in 24 hours as a 45 mile per hour system, and then gradually strengthens to cyclone strength before striking Mozambique and weakening slowly, and stalling over Mozambique and then moving into Zimbabwe. Actually, there should be new model data. Yes, there is. ECMWF has it striking roughly later than the other models, have it striking within 6 hours time. GFS showing roughly the same idea. And CMC going with, I believe, 7 hours out. NavGem roughly same thing. And Icon model roughly same. Remember, if you have any questions, please type them in chat. I'm really happy to answer them. Let's pull up some wave heights. Wave height's already reaching around 19 feet around the landfall sites, 16 feet, and parts of the center up to 37 feet tall. As it nears the coastline, roughly 30 feet waves. Or around 10 meter waves for those in Madagascar. And then here's the system developing again, causing heavy waves for the next landfall site in Mozambique up to 7 meters, 8 meters. Declan tracking, message me on Discord. Let's take a look at rainfall totals. Alright, now heavy rainfall expected in Mozambique, but let's take a look at Madagascar. Around most of it over 200 millimeters or over 100. Our rainfall graphic. Yellows are threat for possible flooding, and then as you get into the reds, that's more heavier flash flooding. And down here in Mozambique, 400 to nearly 500 millimeters. Yep, 500 millimeters of rain possible. Up northern, 300 millimeters. Rainfall has adjusted now. Thunderstorms, this is of right now, associated with the cyclone. Not much. Let's pull up current rain. This is an estimate of how much rain is falling right now. Throughout the next 3 hours, roughly 10 millimeters all across the coastline. And some thunderstorms down south. And the core is dropping up to 120 millimeters per hour. As we get in later, though, you'll see that the 100 millimeter area is overland and will be continuing, but thankfully it speeds off, dumping the least amount of rain it can. Before beginning to move out into the Mozambique Channel, strengthening. And as you see, it impacts it with that huge western band of rainfall. This would be the unfavorable case scenario for it. Hopefully this does not happen. And then you'll notice that eye goes over inland. And its rain just spreads everywhere. Especially down in southern Mozambique. It just extends everywhere. No new snow expected, which would be expected. Pressure right now, you'll see this very dark blue area. That is the storm, 957 millibars. 956. As it approaches and makes landfall, it starts weakening. Now the core is pretty much destroyed, and now it's trying to organize it. And then strikes as a 984 millibar system, which is likely cyclone strength. Let's pull up winds right now. So this whole area is 65 kilometers or higher, the green area, with the yellow being around 100 kilometers or higher. Cyclone force. Or no, 120 kilometers or higher. That orange coloring is 140 kilometers or higher. Everything here is 3 hours. As you can see, it dies out relatively quickly before beginning to redevelop in the Mozambique Channel. And while it is not showing any cyclone force winds, those are possible at this time. Pulling up wind gusts. Yellow is Category 1, that orangish is Category 2, orange is Category 3, red is Category 4, and pink is Category 5 gust. As you'll notice, Category 4 gust will mostly be the high end of the gusts, possibly even Category 5 gusts that will impact the coastline before rapidly weakening. Cyclone gusts make it fairly far. Let's turn on the pressure as well. So here's the system moving out to a huge system. Having cyclone force or cyclone gusts with Cat 2 gust possible, and strikes Mozambique. And delivers heavy gusts throughout. Loser Kane makes note that there is no big cities in the impact zone. Not huge, but there are still impacts here. Let's pull up how far away it is from the coastline. Meningeri is the landfall site that we're expecting. Now 150 kilometers out. Let's take a look at what it looked like earlier within the past 2 hours. As you'll notice here, let me press play. You'll notice the eye is starting to clear out. It could make landfall as a category 4. Hopefully not. But you see that pink needs to wrap around the eye. The pink is cloud tops of minus 75 Celsius or higher, or lower. If you have any questions, I'll be here to answer them. Temperatures were fairly high in Mozambique earlier. Yeah, temperatures 37 Celsius. And Mozambique 35 Celsius and higher. Hold on, someone's asking me something in the chat. As you'll notice, this storm is bringing colder air, and which is good for Madagascar right now. Notice parts of 20 Celsius and below because of those rain bands, and it strikes it and delivers cool air before, cool air for most of the country. Before beginning to impact Mozambique and lowering their temperatures as well. Clouds right now, this is where the most dense area of clouds are. Plus rain, I believe. No. So Meningeri has a high chance of, or pretty much guaranteed that clouds are currently over it. And it is raining there. In fact, let's pull up Zoom Earth. Here is Freddy currently. Let's pull up a 24-hour time lapse of the storm. And its eye wall replacement cycle. Someone asked, when will it hit Mozambique? Alright, so hold on. Here's first the satellite loop of it approaching Madagascar coastline. The storm is likely to hit Mozambique within 3-ish days. Something to note here, you'll notice that the storm has been going north of the forecast, meaning possibly a more northern landfall. You'll notice that core there diminishing, and then the new one starts developing. They're saying in chat it should rapidly re-intensify in the Mozambique channel. Some intensification is expected. The max that's possible really is Category 3. The best case scenario is a low-end tropical storm. However, intensification is fairly likely. I believe the ensembles or models have been showing 70% chances of it rapidly intensifying. Just to note, if any of you would like to join the live discussion, just message me on Discord and I'll see if I can add you. You're welcome. Yeah, most people have been focusing on Madagascar, and it could actually impact Mozambique. Well, not could, it is expected to. Ermran Badami says they are from Madagascar. Which part are you from? Most of the southern half. Alright, sorry, there. Currently you are getting heavy rainfall. Let me pull it up on windy.com. Well, fairly light rainfall at this moment, like 2 millimeters an hour. It should mostly get spared. Rain accumulation 15 millimeters within the next 3 days. Hold on, I'm going to add this person on Discord. It is not working, Declan tracking. Here, I am going to send a link to our Discord server in the chat. Oh, that's you, alright. They're saying AskCat is down. Yes, that's likely. Michael Cat 5, let me know when windy satellite updates or so I can take a look at the eye temperature. Right now it has updated. Here's the difference in the latest frames. This is the earlier, this is later. Minus 13 degrees Celsius eye. The warmer it is, the stronger it is. You'll see those rain bands slamming into the coastline. Yes, the eye is fairly stretched out right now. Overall, this is the whole eye. However, this Here, let me get my drawing tool. This whole thing right here is the eye. And you'll notice this huge area of high, cold clouds here trying to wrap around. That is its core, its eye wall. That just needs to continue wrapping around here. And the eye will most likely clear out if this does occur. And we could be looking at a stronger system. The best case scenario right now is the eye will begin to fade out. And it will lose it and slam into the coastline as a weaker system. Imran says it is not raining there right now. That's good. Well, there isn't currently any weather radar that's there. We can only really rely on people there for information. Alright, they're saying there's a new eye update, I believe. I don't know. Yes, new satellite update. I am getting some readings of -7 degrees Celsius. You'll notice that eye is trying to develop over here as well. This whole thing right here is its eye that's trying to develop, but the cloud tops are covering it. And this part right here is almost wrapped around. Men and Jerry is still the landfall site that we're expecting. Wind gust right now. Yeah, tropical storm force wind gust are likely impacting the coastline. Around 100-kilometer gusts. As we get in later, you'll see that Category 4 gusts, 200 kilometers or higher. Rainfall potential is more north than the landfall site due to the northern band being the main rainmaker, with around 250 millimeters of rain throughout the next 3 days, with parts of Mozambique reaching well over that, like 500 millimeters of rain. When is the cyclone reaching Malawi? Sorry if I butchered that. I need to look up where that is, sorry. If you're saying that's Mozambique, that is pretty south, or no, pretty north. Alright, I think I'm going to get a team member in. Alright, someone says, I live in Reunion Island. The storm did pass away from that, and they can assure that, Madagascar neighbors are going through it right now. Pascal, what were your impacts with the storm? Like, how bad was it? Hello, Declan Storms.
Hello.
Alright, hi. The stream can hear you.
I do think it will make landfall to Cat 4.
You do think it's going to make landfall as a Cat 4? That is entirely possible. Our latest forecast cone did have it weakening, though. Or wait, no, that's not it. Let me pull it up. Our latest forecast cone had it weakening. However, strengthening is possible now, as we're all watching it together. And here I'll pull up the 2-hour satellite loop of it.
I looked at I did my video yesterday, and I said that it could get back to 130, maybe pushing 135 at the most.
Yeah. I am pulling up a 24-hour satellite loop.
Go live tomorrow. I'll join.
Alright. We're likely not going to be live tomorrow.
When they make Landfall in Mozambique.
Oh yeah. Probably will be live there.
If we do not get an El Nino in the Atlantic, I am hinting of 18 to 22 named storms, 8 to 10 hurricanes, and 3 to 6 majors.
Alright. The new JTWC forecast cone should come out within the next 2 to 3 hours. Maybe even sooner.
And might update it to a Cat 4.
I doubt that. Possibly, though.
I mean, if it gets its act going...
They're saying it's sustained its eye temperature.
If it gets its act going right now and starts to intensify, it could just explode.
The storm has just been insane, though. It started all the way in Australia, that region, and it decided to make a turn and head towards Madagascar 10 days out.
I've been tracking it from England, basically.
Yeah.
Besides, we had some sunny weather for a few days.
Alright.
And I think it'll probably looking at the model runs yesterday, it was moving a lot more further south than anticipated, and I thought it was going to make make a landfall past where it's supposed to be making landfall, out just outside the cone, but then it shifted back up north where it is now.
Yeah, it has been shifting up north, and you'll notice that through the cone, that
That
red
that's why
cyclone.
that's why the satellite. That's why that's why it's thingy, moving more. That's why it's what do you call it? That's why landfall's early, because Force 13 said that it was going to be later in Madagascar time, which is like 10 p.m. for me.
Alright. Alright, Pascal said they did not receive much impacts in Reunion. Because it passed 100 kilometers from them. They were really lucky.
That's good. Did you get any rainfall?
I believe Reunion got lots of rainfall from this system.
If you guys are still in Mauritius and Reunion, just stay in your house and wait till everything's cleared up, because
Everything's clear
on the
now.
floor.
Yeah, everything's clear.
What, that quick?
Yep, that quick.
Oh, okay.
And here on this, you'll notice that red dot that slides around it is the forecast. And you'll notice the eye is a little bit more north.
Well, I think the storm has just got a little bit more. I think the storm has got a bit more bigger and has more convection on that western side than it did part of its whole entire life.
Yeah, it was wrapping around earlier, but it kind of failed with that. Its southern eye wall began to collapse.
I was up tracking the storm until like 3 a.m. this morning, and I noticed around about 10 o'clock it started. When I did my video around about 7 o'clock yesterday, it did complete its eye wall replacement cycle that it did at 7 a.m. Yesterday morning. And then it completed that, re-intensified to a Cat 5, and then obviously then later last night, about 10 a.m. my time, it started to go through an eye wall replacement cycle and didn't complete until 3 a.m. in the morning. And I think it started another one, and then now I think it's just finished.
Yeah. I am currently pulling up our best track data on the storm right now. And I believe our 06Z estimate was 125 miles per hour.
I have to go now. Thanks
All right.
for letting me join this video.
You're welcome. Our current estimates right now are likely 125 miles per hour still. It's maintained its intensity instead of weakening or strengthening. Z estimate is 125 miles per hour. So as of right now, our estimate shows it being 125 miles per hour. Some people are going with Cat 4 on the system. That is fairly unlikely that it is Cat 4 right now based on its structure. And notice that convection on the western side beginning to fill in. With eye temps at -10. Notice now Menagera getting -60 Celsius cloud tops. Not getting anything warmer. Notice this little thing though. I believe the eye wall replacement cycle might still be going. You'll notice right here it looks kind of like an eye wall, the inner eye wall. I don't know how true that is though. That may be just a random blob. But notice that structure of the storm. It's pretty wobbly at this point. However, its actual eye is likely this size or so. I'll measure the distance between both potential eyes. One 35 kilometers and 125 kilometers out. Coldest cloud tops are minus 81 Celsius. And you'll even notice inland minus 70 Celsius cloud tops beginning to form there. But man, just look at that structure of the storm. And the outflow. You'll really notice that the western side is beginning to close. The dry air problems that it was dealing with yesterday are now has now been fixed, most likely. And you'll really notice the closing of that. This is what it looks like on visible. Any questions right now? I'm happy to tell you if there's impacts expected in your area. It's looking like my stream might be lagging, I don't know. Yeah, Cat 4 landfall is possible. Not likely, but it is fairly possible. Some people are talking about the potential tornado outbreak on Thursday. Let's pull up the Storm Prediction Center on that. Yeah, there is something, but not much. And on day 6 there is something. Yeah, the storm is like 3 hours or so out from landfall. 3 to 7 hours out. Or 3 to 6 at this point. Here, notice that fact, the fact that it's trying to close it up. It's nearly done with that. The outer eye wall, you'll notice it starts breaking up there. Nearly connected at that point. And that's looking like the total eye structure. This part right here is likely going to fill in, and this part as well. But you'll notice right now the tiny eye is right here. Someone's asking if the eye wall is equals stronger. Yes, it does. The eye wall is the strongest part of the storm, so it closing up into a circle makes it somewhat stronger than it is right now. It's looking like the eastern side is going to be the strongest. If it does go down to 120 miles per hour, it has not gone down this far since, let's see, 9 days ago. And for 7 days straight, it has been at or above this intensity. And the system has been going on for 18 days total. Some people are saying the landfall could happen within an hour. Let's measure how far it's gone throughout the past 2 hours. .50 kilometers, so 25 kilometers an hour. It's got like 5 hours based on this trend until landfall. Notice how it looks though. It looks like someone's holding their fingers into a circle there. And having their other fingers stretch out. Notice what it looks like there. Someone's saying Freddy could have been 175. Yeah, that is possible. When it was at its peak. That line that's right there is currently the sunset. And you'll notice now it's creeping up on 93S, which could be a tropical depression at this point. I don't believe an ASCAT pass was there. Any current questions or anything you'd like to look at? Oh, thank you, Hurricane Gene. Is microwave imagery out? Oh, hold on. Hello, Riley.
Hello.
Alright, now we finally have someone else in.
Yep, I'm here. I'm ready.
Alright, nice. Let me just share my screen to you.
Yep. So I just got up. Doesn't really look like it's changed a whole lot overnight. I wouldn't really say we've seen any strengthening. Wouldn't really say that we've seen much weakening either.
I'd say we'd seen some weakening. Because before it looked like a Cat 4, now it's
okay, so
eyewall.
it must be just rebuilding again then.
Yep. It has like roughly, if it's moving 25 kilometers an hour, it has like 5 hours.
Until it hits.
Yeah, man and Jerry. So it's entirely possible for it to rebuild its structure. But the eye won't be able to clear out as fast, I don't think.
Right, but it does, as you've said, it looks like it might be trying to rebuild some of that structure on the western side, which, as we know, the western side has had a little bit of an issue since the eye wall replacement has started.
Someone's asking if it will impact Johannesburgo. That is in South Africa.
Oh, Johannesburg.
Yeah, that place.
Where at in South Africa would that be at?
Like this northeastern. I'm gonna pull up the rainfall impacts. Yeah, it's not looking like much. We were talking about the fact that it could impact South Africa. And also now we're looking at rainfall totals of up to half a meter, 500 millimeters. Which that is like 19 inches of rain. Yeah, here was the microwave data from last night.
We still don't have a new one?
I don't know. Can you just see if you can pull that up?
Yeah, I'll look at that right now. No, I'm not seeing any usable microwave here. The only one I'm seeing is ATMS, which it's too low of resolution to be able to tell anything.
Right.
So, yeah, no usable microwave right now, unfortunately. And unfortunately, Madagascar doesn't have radar, so we're kind of just stuck to IR at the moment.
Yep, someone was saying thank you for following this activity and spreading it.
Yep, no problem. That's what we do.
Yep.
We love cyclones. We track them all over the world, and unfortunately, sometimes land gets in the way of these things, and they become a big land threat. And when they do, it's important that that everybody's aware of that. So certainly,
Yeah, it's definitely awful that it has to strike land.
right. We don't have, as I said, we don't have any microwave, but we do have an ASCAT that's around a little bit less than 6 hours ago. I know ASCAT's not very good in terms of intensity here, but you can clearly see that the wind field is now
Can you send it
larger
in?
than it was. Yes, I can send it right now into the live. Yeah, then we can take a look at that. As we can see, you'll see the 60 knot barbs on there, and you'll
Oh,
see
wow,
that
yeah.
has greatly expanded. That would indicate
Alright,
a
let me
larger
pull this up on
hurricane.
stream. Yeah, here it is. You'll notice that like 30 knot winds are now beginning to impact the Madagascar coastline. This was 6 hours ago. That was so meaning it's likely higher. And that yellow coloring that's in the middle of the storm, that's 60 knot winds near cyclone strength. And everything above this brown coloring, right before the purple, is tropical storm force winds. Saying, could it stall next to Mozambique? Not next to it, over it.
Yes, a little bit inland.
Here, I'll pull it up. Every different frame here is 3 hours apart. Here's into Wednesday. Here's into Thursday. Now Friday. Now notice its pace before and notice what it's doing now. Saturday and into Sunday when it begins to die out. We're talking about a pinhole eye is trying to form. I don't believe a pinhole eye is going to form out of this.
No, that just appears to be, to me at least, and again, we don't have any microwave, but that appears to me at least just like to be the remnants of the inner eye wall. And then as you can see right there where the outer wall kind of is based on the convection, but it's not really able to clear out. And I don't think that it's going to be able to fully clear out before it hits land.
Yeah.
It's just the part of the eye that is cleared appears as if it's pinhole. But right there, as you can see where you've outlined it, that appears to be the true eyesight to me.
Yeah, this whole thing.
Yeah. And again, it makes it difficult without microwave, but that's what it looks like to me.
And this kind of looks like the outer eye wall, or inner eye wall.
Mm-hmm. So basically the bottom line right here is that even though Freddy has weakened, from its peak, it remains a major cyclone, very, very dangerous, expected to make landfall in Madagascar in around 6 hours, give or take. And bring, with it significant impacts, strong winds, rainfall, and storm surge flooding. And it will then rapidly weaken as it moves over the high mountains of Madagascar. And then it's expected to emerge over the Mozambique Channel, where it is then expected to re-strengthen into a Category 1 cyclone before it goes into Mozambique. And as you can see on the forecast, it's expected to slow down and possibly stall. So we have to look out there for the rainfall threat. Thankfully, the models have not shown a whole bunch of rainfall, but anytime we have obviously a slowing down or stalling system.
Well, models are now
must be aware.
showing more rainfall.
Oh, they are?
Yes, the Euro model has been showing like 19 inches or 500 millimeters.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot.
And let me look at GFS. GFS is, I believe, going to be lower. Yeah, GFS not showing much for Madagascar, but in Parts of Mozambique, like 200 millimeters of rain. And icon model showing roughly same thing as Euro, but less rain, 300 millimeters. That's in South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how about let's look at the latest Meteo France cone.
Yeah, I was just gonna check to see if they've updated. I don't think they have, but they should soon.
They have, it looks like, since
Oh,
that
they
other
have?
time period. So they now have it below major cyclone strength. They have it as a cyclone.
85 knots.
They're talking. They say, will the Kruger National Park get impacts from it? I don't know where that is. I am going to look that up. That's in South Africa. Let me pull up maps. Zooming out as much as I can to locate where it is at. Oh yeah, definitely. It looks like it's going to get some impacts.
Mm-hmm.
It's right
Yep.
where the rainfall is.
That's as you've said, that's near the area where it's going to be expected to slow way down to stall. So yeah, a lot of rainfall.
Yeah, like 300 millimeters of rain. Some people are saying they think it's going to hit Mozambique as a Cat 3. I doubt that.
It would really need to do some.
Rapid intensification.
Yeah, it would probably structurally need to just kind of do like what Nauru did and just remain really tightly wrapped with its banding and just pop a pinhole eye out of that. If now that happens, obviously these pinhole eyes can go crazy, but that's probably a pretty unlikely scenario. We certainly hope that don't happen, but it is likely that it does become a cyclone again.
Yep. Right now I'm pulling up the icon rainfall. Notice how it's having heavy rain as it's stalling. And as it gets into South Africa, heavy rainfall there as well. Loser Kane says, at most, Cat 2, Landfall, Mozambique. I believe Cat 3 is possible, but unlikely. Most likely case scenario is mid-range, Cat 1.
I would agree on that.
Yep.
Obviously, some models such as the HWRF, I think yesterday it had lower end category 2. So,
yeah, it did.
That's probably one of those not too far out there scenarios. But again, that's not really that much different from a high end to mid range C1. It's only a 5 or 10 knot difference.
I'm going to pull that up. Alright, I'm pulling it up on stream right now. Hopefully this works. It doesn't seem to be loading right now. There we go. Now this frame is from 30 minutes ago. While this loads, it's saying it's not working. Gonna pull up last 3 hours satellite data.
Now, it's worth noting that in regards to, as you can see, there's a little bit of a northerly trend there from the last forecast, but
It's wobbling more south now, towards the center of the cone.
oh, I see that right there at the end. It starts to wobble south. But something to note here is that obviously this has undergone a lengthy, and it hasn't really completed at this point from the looks of it, the eye wall replacement. And I believe this has been complicated by the terrain of Madagascar because of the way that it's shaped in parallel to how it's moving and the downsloping dry air. So I wouldn't really say this is untoo common. We see this a little bit. I've seen it with M. Nadi for sure. Batsarai was able to overcome it, and the satellite signature did start improving again at landfall. But this is not too uncommon, to see this here, where we have an eye wall replacement that is being disrupted by downsloping dry air, or being complicated in this case. So that's probably why it hasn't completed it yet, which is a good thing, because if it did, then it would probably be a Category 4 again. So it's certainly a good thing that it hasn't been able to do that. But that right there is the most likely explanation, in my opinion, as to why it hasn't been able to complete.
Yeah. Let me pull up windy satellite.
And obviously it's normal to have downsloping dry air and have mountains and all this, but you see in this case, when you have limited oceanic fuel, and don't get me wrong, it's a little bit higher now than it was since we're near the coast, and there's a very deep pool of warm waters here. But when you have limited oceanic fuel, it makes that a little bit worse. Like, for example, if you have the same problem in the Philippines, the difference is you have like almost 200 OHC units in the sea there. So
yeah,
here you don't have that.
Looking at the eye now, you'll notice the eye wall has wrapped around over the past few frames, and that eye is now in the center of where the eye should be, minus 41 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, we're probably going to continue to see this fluctuation until landfall, and then obviously after landfall, a rapid weakening, because that's what you'll see during this eye wall replacement. Is you'll see a lot of fluctuations, and as we can see right now, the outer eye wall is once again trying to wrap around, but it's unlikely that it'll be able to fully complete and clear out before landfall, since we're now a couple hours away. So
yeah, Element X says hi from North Island of New Zealand. They were talking about Gabrielle was moderate in my region.
Yeah, that region is never really usually impacted directly by a system when it's still tropical, but it definitely brings a lot of impacts as it's transitioning. Almost reminds me of Nova Scotia, over here in the North Atlantic, where hurricanes can become extratropical there, or almost stay tropical, or in some cases they do, all the way until they hit there. And, they can bring a lot of flooding and a lot of wind impacts for them there. So definitely an underrated thing, is when they transition to extratropical, that the threat doesn't diminish,
Yeah. Tapaya looks like it's offline, so I am not able to use that.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yep.
Unfortunately, it's like that a lot, where the server doesn't work.
Yeah. Notice the structure, though. It looks like someone, like a finger here. Like, here's the first finger, here's the thumb.
Almost like the Italian thing, where it's the OK symbol.
Yeah.
In a way.
Exactly.
All right, I'm checking to see if there's a new GTWC update, and there's not. They have 105 knots at 06V. My guess is they're going to drop the intensity, because that's usually what they do when the Dvorak drops. I don't really think they should, but that's probably what they're going to do.
Yep. Yeah, they're talking about Weather Nerds. Weather Nerds does not support the Southwest Indian Ocean.
No, it's out of range.
Or
for a
yeah,
satellite.
Madagascar. Gonna pull up the Madagascar kind of thing. Let me do Cyclone. Here it is right here. This is somewhat out of date. It's like 2 hours out. Any questions in the chat? Yeah, they're talking about it's getting worse and improving at the same time.
So the new MFR advisory has 85 knot 10 minute. That'd be 90 knots 1 minute.
All right.
Probably a bit low in my opinion, but that's what they have. They obviously don't forecast any intensification, and if they did, you wouldn't know about it because the next forecast point's over land.
Yeah.
So let's read. You want me to read the discussion?
Sure.
Okay. During the last 6 hours, the eye configuration has continued to degrade with a very weakened inner eye wall as shown by the SIMS pass, which supports a weak wall cycle. The Dvorak analysis is downgraded, which is validated by the last map data of O2Z at 87 knots, which confirms downgrading the tropical cyclone. Little change in terms of trajectory forecast until landing on Madagascar. Freddy maintains its course towards the west-southwest until Tuesday evening, skirting the northern facade of the high geopotentials of the middle troposphere. In the short term, the forecasts of the various models remain little dispersed and stable, with good confidence on a trajectory excelling it until landfall of Tuesday evening on the Madagascar east coast at the level of the provinces of Atsiana and Beethoven Fitinoa. When the system emerges over the Mozambique channel, the dispersion of the models was clearly reduced on the last available run. The trajectory prediction came back to the scenario of a more southerly track as proposed by IPS and joined by the last GFS run as well. This reinforces confidence in the forecast. With a rather weakened inner eye wall structure at present, the resumption of an intensification phase remains uncertain before landfall this evening. Nevertheless, the possibility of a change in structure could induce a modification of the extent of the impact zone to the phenomenon during landfall. Freddy should maintain at least the upper threshold of tropical cyclone during its rapid path towards Madagascar. At the end, after a classic rapid weakening over the Madagascar lands, the central core of Freddy should restructure before re-intensification over the Mozambique channel in mixed oceanic conditions. It could, however, reach the stage of strong tropical storm or low-end tropical cyclone before its landing on the coast of Mozambique by Friday.
All right.
That's what they have to stay there. They do forecast a strong tropical storm, but they alert to the possibility that it could attain cyclone status again just before landfall.
Yeah. Someone asked, is it good news for the east coast of Madagascar? Not really.
I wouldn't say that there's any way that it could be good news. I wouldn't say that it's any worse, since we're not seeing any re-intensification, thankfully. But I wouldn't say it's any better because, we still have a powerful major cyclone here that is, going to make landfall, in the coming hours and bring a lot of impact. So impacts-wise, I don't really think this changes anything. It's a good thing that it's probably not going to be a Category 4 landfall like it could have been. But I would not say that it's any less dangerous, or I wouldn't say impacts-wise this has changed.
Someone says, hello, I'm from Madagascar, and some of my region here is in the east coast are live with the heavy rain now. We're very sad to see this, but it's natural. I pray for my island and the people here. Turbo Blocks ask, is it a Cat 5? No, it is not. And it won't hit as a Cat 5.
No, it will not be a Cat 5 again during its lifespan.
Yeah.
But to the viewer's point, yeah, it sucks to have to deal with these things. I know I dealt with Hurricane Ian back in September, where I had 5 feet of water in my house. So
Yeah, that's insane.
everyone's different. Every storm, every situation is different. But I understand the seriousness and the magnitude of these things, and it's certainly not fun. But it's something that all you can do is be ready for and get through it. And when it's over with, build back stronger than you were. And so that's just how it is.
Yep. Gene says their analysis is 155 miles per hour. That is not likely. Its eye is not clear. Its eye wall is not built strong. Turbo Blocks ask,
Yep.
is the storm surge high? Let's see, I don't know what I did with that.
It will be at the coast.
Forecast. Yeah, it will be high, like 9 feet. 9 feet or higher. Wave heights are going to be up to 35 feet, or around 10 meters along the eastern coast.
Yeah, and can we go ahead and take a look there at the expected landing zone and kind of see what the population density is like in this
Sure.
area? Because I haven't really taken too much of a look at it. I know that it's not heavily populated in this area, but it does appear there is some small towns, cities in this area, so we'll get an idea about how many people will be impacted.
They're talking about 10-foot storms with, or I think they meant 10-meter storm surge with 10-meter swells is not ideal. Alright, let's see. So it's expected to strike around here, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Alan's Tropical Weather Network is in the chat. Alright, it looks like 1.5 million people there.
1.5 million people right in the direct path, and that's along the Madagascar coast, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a little bit more than I would have thought for sure. But
Yeah.
typically in a tropical coastline, you'll have more density there, so it's good that there's not as many people exposed to it. But 1.5 million is still a lot, and that's 1.5 million people that are going to have to
Yeah.
deal with this. Some of them, their life is going to be changed, so that's unfortunate for them. That's what they're facing at this moment.
Alan's saying, I just don't see a Cat 4 landfall. There just isn't enough time for that. That's true.
That's true. I don't really expect any change in intensity. I would probably guess that it's going to hold intensity until landfall, if I had a guess.
Let's see if the Pio will work now. Nope.
Let me
You're
see if
not
it works
working.
for me. Yeah, it's not working for me either.
Yep.
Actually, no, it's only the diagnostics one where it shows, the ACE and
Alright.
WMG count. That's the only one working for me.
Okay.
So speaking of ACE, I figured I would give an update on that, since obviously this is something that we're tracking closely, given the historical records associated with this. So Freddy is currently number 5 all time worldwide ACE at 66.2 ACE. We're waiting on the new JTWC advisory, and then we can factor that in and add that, and we'll know where we're at. But as of right now, Freddy is going to be very close, whether or not it finishes 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th in terms of ACE. There's not a very big gap between the second, third, and fourth place storms, and Freddy's going to be right up there, very close by the time it's all said and done. So,
And when it re-strengthens in the Mozambique channel, it's probably going to make it to second.
Yep, that's going to be what pushes it to second. That's right. So while there's a lot of historical records and everything associated with this, obviously it sucks to see what's going to happen here with the land impacts, but that's quite astonishing for a southern hemisphere storm to produce this much ice. I would not have expected that.
Yeah. Turbo Blocks asked, is Freddy making landfall right now or in a couple of hours? In a couple of hours, yeah.
We can see right there the edge of the coastline, and the eye wall's not yet on land, and it'll be a couple hours before it is, but as we can see that it continues to grow closer to the coastline.
Turbo Blocks asked, after it hits Madagascar, where will it hit after? Mozambique. Yep.
Mozambique, it's next in line, unfortunately, and they have to be prepared for a rainfall threat with this one.
Hurricane Gene asked, do you think Freddy will intensify fast in the Mozambique channel because sea surface temperatures are warm there?
Well, the sea surface and the environmental condition indeed would support a fast intensification, but the structure upon entering the Mozambique channel will probably hold that back for a little bit. Maybe when it's towards land, it'll be getting going a bit quicker. We still think that it's likely that it'll become a cyclone again, but I don't know if we'll see any true rapid intensification because it'll have to repair some work structurally. But there's really not any reason to believe that it should not intensify, pretty decently in the channel. So.
Yep. Let's pull up. Let's see, what was I going to pull up? I'm going to pull up how fast it's been moving over the past 2 hours. Or actually, I'll do the past hour. Let me see when this frame came up 30 minutes ago. It's moving at 35 kilometers per hour. And it's 110 kilometers away from the coastline. So 3 hours.
Okay, so if we're moving at 35 kilometers an hour, then we're moving at roughly 19 knots, which is about the same speed as the last HEWC warning.
Yeah.
And with, you said 110 kilometers to the coastline, then we are approximately 60 miles from landfall. So.
Yep.
So let's, if we do the extrapolation, 19 knots, 60 miles from land, give or take 3 hours, maybe 4 because of the angle of the coast that it's, because it's not heading straight on. So that's about probably the best estimate. It's 4 hours, maybe a little bit more just because of the angle of the coastline. It's kind of running down it a little bit. The way that the Madagascar coastline runs is kind of like an opposite of Florida, where instead of running up, it runs down. So it's, yeah.
Yeah. Alright, there's a new frame that came out. Look at that eye closing up. Minus 49 Celsius. Minus 82 max cloud tops. Look Look at that cat or the dog chasing its own tail there.
Yep. Still no JTWC update, so
Alright.
maybe a little bit past the hour we should get that. They're also going to have a new. This will be their last cone actually before Madagascar landfall, but they will have one coming up here shortly.
Yep. Look at the outer bands now off into the Mozambique channel. Right there.
Another thing we have to watch for, I don't really think, as we've said, it's going to matter much because I'm not really expecting a change in intensity until landfall. But in the last hour or two, as it does approach the coast, it's not uncommon to see some friction-induced intensification where the cloud tops will grow a little bit colder. So we could see a little bit of organization in the final hour or two until landfall. But again, I don't really think that we're going to see much of a change in intensity until landfall. But it is worth noting that you could see its last gasp there right before it hits the coast.
Yep. Reunion is getting hit with some, like a line of storms. Freddy is officially the first Cat 5 of the year. TurboBlocks was asking about that, but under our analysis, Darian was the first Cat 5.
Right, it would still be the first Cat 5 in 2023, though, but I know what you're saying, like the first of, because the whole Southern Hemisphere season, the back half of 2022 and the first half.
Wait, when was Darian?
It was in December.
Right.
December 30th, I think.
So yes, this is the first one.
Yeah, if it was a Cat 5, it was going to be Cat 5 around the 21st of December. So yeah, this would be the first of the calendar year, correct?
Yep.
It is worth noting something here. This kind of gets into my ace thing that I was mentioning earlier, is that with Freddy, we have moved into 5th all-time ace, but we also have almost virtually secured an average season here for the South Indian Ocean. As we look at the ace level, it's the average ace level for a South Indian Ocean season. It's 138 ace units. Well, right now we're at like 130 units. So once this storm right here, Freddy, is done, and plus 93S is likely to develop and become at least a named storm, when it's all said and done with those two, we're going to be pretty much right at an average season, have that secured. And the reason why that's interesting is because, historically speaking, March is the best month for the Southern Hemisphere, especially here in the South Indian Ocean, where they have more ITCs, intense tropical cyclones, and VITC, very intense tropical cyclones. So
Yeah.
having an average season secured heading into the best month, something interesting. We obviously hope that they go out to sea, but just going to be a pretty good all-around season, statistics-wise and record-wise, for the South Indian here from the looks of it.
It's crazy that one record-breaking storm causes an average season. Just
Yeah,
by
but I
it,
mean,
like,
I
contributes
know
to
we
it a
have,
lot.
yeah, I know we had Darian contributing over 40 aces as well, but Freddie's really the one that solidifies it. Like if you take Freddy away, but you still have Darian. Right now, we're not even average. Where if you take Darian away, but we still have Freddy, we're still above average. So it's pretty crazy actually. Like you're saying, but between those two storms, I mean that's going to be like 80% of the season's ace right there between those two storms.
Yeah.
And also another thing to note is that per MFR, we've had two VITCs with Darian back in February, and then obviously here with Freddy,
Yeah.
a few days ago. Right now, we have tied the record for the most VITCs in a season per MFR, which is two, tied with 2013, 14, and 2014 and 2015. We have never had three VITCs in a season before.
So if another system decides to form, it's gonna break the record.
Yep, that's correct. If we get another VITC, then we will have a record-breaking season in terms of the number of VITCs.
For those who don't know what ACE is accumulated cyclone energy. So the stronger a storm is in a 6-hour period, the more ACE points it generates. So if it's stronger for a long period of time, it's going to rack it up.
Yeah, for comparison here, let's just realize that 115 mile an hour, so 100 knot Category 3 major hurricane. Freddy's a little bit above that right now, but let's just say, for example, that will generate one ACE unit in 6 hours, whereas a 35 knot or a 40 mile an hour tropical storm below it, and one that just got named, that will take it 2 days to generate the same amount of ACE that it would take the low end Category 3 in 6 hours. So obviously, as you can see, the more the intensity goes up, the more that the ACE goes up, and the longer that you're at a high intensity, the more ACE that you will generate. And Freddy has been at a major intensity for like the last 7 days in a row here, so that's why we're seeing so much ACE.
Let me check. That was Cat 2. Yeah, last 7 days.
Yeah, so that's why we're seeing so much ACE with this storm. It's not only is it long-lived, but it's been strong almost the whole time. Like you could have a tropical storm make this same track here, and it'll generate maybe 20 ACE. Actually, we have a storm that made a similar track, Leon Aline in 2000, but most of its journey was a tropical storm. It was a Category 1 right before Madagascar, and was able to become Category 4 in the channel. But it didn't spend as much time very strong as for very long, despite making it as far of a journey distance-wise. That one was only able to generate 25 ACE because it was not a major in the same amount of time as Freddy was. So definitely a lot that has to go into sustaining something of this intensity for a while to generate this much ACE.
Yep. I am wondering, do you believe that this 93S is a TD yet? Gonna ask our analysis team.
It's hard to say without any scat data, but I mean it certainly is getting a look of a tropical cyclone.
Loser Kane says invest almost TD. Our analysis team might recognize it as a TD. Alright, the line of sunset is getting that much closer to 93S and now Freddy.
Yeah, and so we're about, as we've said, 4 hours or so away from landfall at this point, where we're gonna have a dangerous system coming ashore here in southeastern Madagascar, where there will be heavy impact of rainfall, strong wind, and storm surge. Storm surge is probably going to be confined to a relatively small area near the center, and given that the terrain goes up pretty quickly, inland, and that the water is pretty deep right off the coast.
Yeah.
Surge, thankfully, is probably not going to be as bad as it could be with a similar system, in another more surge-prone area. But it's definitely something that those that are within a few miles of the coastline must be aware of, because when you have a major like this, you're definitely going to have surge. So.
Yeah, the Joint Typhoon Warning Center is not recognizing 93S yet.
GTWC is 100 knots, 964.
Is that just now?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
So they have it as a low-end Category 3 major cyclone.
Yep.
I don't think there's going to be another advisory before landfall, so that's probably going to be their landfall intensity. Unless they decide to add a, intermediate point, a synoptic point.
Yep.
Which sometimes they will do, sometimes they won't. Doesn't seem like they've really wanted to do that so far with this storm, given that they've issued 12-hour advisories when they have the option to issue 6-hour advisories. But we'll have to see what they decide to do if they issue a advisory landfall.
Yeah. Let me look if there's a new satellite frame. Nope. That outer band, though, looks insane.
For me, Dapia is still down. I'm not being able to load any images on there.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm able to load visible, actually. But I don't think that's any different than the one that I posted on my Twitter 30-something minutes ago, so I don't think that it's updated. So
Yeah.
right now, I would say that it's not working.
Well, so satellite is showing minus 46 degrees Celsius cloud tops in the Mozambique channel now from this system. With like minus 70, 71 inland.
Yeah. The
Oh wow,
visible
wait,
imagery
hold on.
has not updated.
There's a new MFR update. Here it is. They now have it becoming a cyclone in the
Mozambique channel.
yes. And now the remnants of it move north, which is different than before.
Yeah, that is different, because we've been expecting kind of like a turn towards the south,
Yeah.
as it stalls. So that's something that's different as well. And not only is that is that interesting, but you see, this thing appears to have, it's quite insignificant, but it does seem to have trended towards a little bit slowing down as it approaches the coast and goes inland. So it makes me wonder if we could still see a little bit of shifts in the track and intensity forecast before, we get to Mozambique. It appears that, it's becoming more clear, but it'll never be, all that clear really until it gets into the channel. So yeah, that's it's quite interesting there. But it looks like also that they do now have the other system based on that you're showing. It does seem now that they had the other system as a depression.
Well, not a depression. Yes, they have it as a weak low pressure.
Okay, they have it as a weak low. They expect it to become a depression and then strengthen into a moderate tropical storm.
Yep.
Which the next name on that list would be
Anali.
Yeah. I forget how to say it, but it's something like that. So.
See, I'm going to do cyclogenesis, see if that shows anything. Yeah, there it is right there. High chance now, within the next 2 days.
Anala is the next name.
Yep.
So that's what that'll be, Anala. And the next two names after that are Fabian and Giussani. Those are not on the horizon in the models, but we'll use those most likely in March.
I want to mention the fact that the MFR is showing tropical storm force winds now inland in Madagascar.
Yeah.
That is 63 kilometers, and the 50-kilometer range is that yellow.
I'm going to see if they've updated their discussions. Nope. So that cone that you just posted, that's actually the 12Z.
All right.
That's the 12. That's the 12Z. The 12Z discussion's not out. That the one I read earlier was the 06. So when that one gets out, we can take a look at that one.
Yep.
And Zapia is not updated, so I guess we only got windy right now for satellite.
Yep. And also this here. This is like 90 minutes old, so you can see how close it is to the coastline. Let's look at precipitation, what that's expected to be. Sorry, my thing's lagging a lot from this. I'm just gonna go back to satellite. Let's look at what it looked like before. Here it was at its previous peak. extremely close to land.
For me, Depay is loading. However, I do not see any new updated imagery there. So.
Alright.
But now the site is at least loading for me.
I'll see if it loads for me. Nope. Not. Or wait. Oh, they're talking about it's offline.
Yeah, that'll happen. It's not got the best servers.
Yep.
Zio1 told me they're trying to get them upgraded.
That's good.
We definitely are seeing the wobbling of the eye in the latest frames. You know, overnight after it passes reunion and starts the eye wall replacement, you can certainly see where the
Oh, here we go. New frames out. Minus 57 degrees Celsius. Eye. Yeah, that eye is closing up.
that would be giving way then to the outer eye wall finally. Although it's too late now.
Yep.
So yeah, there's a most likely scenario is that we're not going to see much of a change in intensity expected here before landfall. We're going to have a Category 3 major Cyclone Freddy impacting land here in the coastal Madagascar region of southeast Madagascar within about 3 hours here. We're just continuing to do our live coverage and track the storm as it goes.
Raiden is asking what's the current intensity. Officially, it is 115 miles per hour. Under our analysis, 125. I think we're going to lower it down to 120.
120, yeah. I'd say so at this cone. I would, obviously I'd lower to 105 knots. I would hold intensity to landfall. But the next point anyway is going to be like halfway over land, so I would have that as a tropical storm.
Yeah.
Because they should weaken pretty quickly since this is mountainous terrain.
Yep. Raiden was saying thank you for the intensity analysis. No problem.
So if we factor in the JTWC update, which is 100 knots, we are now at 67.28.
Right.
And we need 3.4 ace units to move into second place.
Oh,
Now, I
wow.
would say that we're pretty likely to get that, just based on the fact that even though this is our last advisory over water, we are going to have probably the next advisory inland probably will be a weak hurricane as the rapid weakening has beginning. And then obviously we're going to see the expected re-strengthening to a Category 1 over the channel. In between that, it should give us enough ace to put us into second all-time ahead of Hurricane John. So
Yep.
that's what it looks like now. Obviously, Hurricane/Typhoon Ioke is untouchable up there with his 85 ace. He's kind of like Tom Brady, where there's many greats, but he's just far ahead. So Ioke's we're not gonna be able to get to him, but looks like that forecast verifies we're gonna finish second all-time ace.
Turbo Blocks is asking, is there any live footage of Madagascar?
We would have to check to see if there's any cameras or anything. I'm not really sure the visibility would be too good. You can check this, I suppose, but
There isn't. I'm only seeing stuff in Reunion. Here's the one in Reunion. Here's a 24-hour time lapse.
In Reunion.
Wait, they're talking about JTWC now has 93S as a tropical depression.
They do, huh? Let's see. I can look at right now the Yep, they do.
All right.
They have it as a TD, 25 knots, 1,005 millibar TD. But as we know, they do not issue advisories on TD.
Yeah.
In the South Hemisphere, so we won't see them put out a cone on that until it becomes a tropical storm. But that is correct. They have now put it as a TD. So they're agreeing with our analysis and that it is now worthy of TD. So we'll have to see how that evolves in the coming days. But it appears like we're headed towards another named storm, which would be Anala. So.
Also, I'd like to mention that Hurricane Felix said, Hurricane Chaser Chase, congrats on 540 subs. I didn't even realize we reached that. 542
That's
now.
Good.
Yeah.
Certainly. Unfortunately, Madagascar does not have radar or observations in the area here where Freddy's going to be coming ashore at. I'm not quite sure if other areas of the country would have it. I'm sure they have it somewhere, but unfortunately in this area, we don't have that. So we're just stuck using our infrared imagery here, and we can continue to see Freddy inch closer towards the coast. We are now approximately 3 hours, give or take, from landfall, and we'll continue to monitor it as it moves closer.
Alright, I am going to go for a moment.
Yeah. In these situations here where we have the limited data to work with, where we obviously here there is no aircraft reconnaissance. We know that anyways. Unfortunately, they usually do not have that outside of the Atlantic and East Pacific. Now and then they'll get a mission in the Western Pacific, but here in the Southern Hemisphere, unfortunately, we don't get any of that. So we got to go based off the limited data that we have, and we use, infrared satellite imagery, combination of official analysis as well as our own analysis, and model-derived data, Dvorak, all those good things that a typical tropical tracker would use here. But without radar and without observations, it's certainly harder as you approach land, because normally those are two things that you have when you approach land. In this case, we don't, but thankfully we have, obviously we can see where the center is. The eye is, I wouldn't say it's well defined at this point because it's obviously gotten cloudier, but we can definitely still tell easily where the storm is located at, thankfully. So, and as we can see right here, we have that western eye wall seems to try to be wrapping around there again. Ever since we've started the eye wall replacement around the Mauritius reunion area, we've seen Freddy usually struggle to keep its western eye wall intact. That's been the weak point, so to say. So yeah, even though Freddy has weakened from its Category 5 peak 2 days ago, it is still a major cyclone. It still remains very dangerous for those in the path in Madagascar. So if you're in southeastern Madagascar in the path of this thing, and you got to be finishing up whatever it is you're doing now to get ready, because it's only a matter of time until those very strong winds and the very heavy rain as comes on shore. And I'm sure the storm surge is already coming on shore to some extent. So at this point, you gotta figure out where you're gonna hunker down and ride it out at. If there's a second story building that is well constructed, I would certainly recommend using that as an option. And later down the road, obviously it's a bit farther out. The main focus now is Madagascar, but later down in the forecast period, I guess it's not too far out at this point, around 3 days, it's expected to impact Mozambique as likely a cyclone. Our analysis and forecast concludes that it's likely to re-intensify to a cyclone, and Mateo France Reunion MFR, as well as the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, agrees with that. So most likely the folks of Mozambique here should be prepared for a cyclone landfall and begin their cyclone plan and all those things that they need to do associated with that, because that's going to affect those guys as well. We can see right here as we pull up the MFR track, this right here is the most updated one that we have. As you can see, they have Freddy right off the coast of Madagascar, weakening and then re-emerging and re-strengthening again to a tropical cyclone before it moves inland. And as you can see on these tracks, as well as the model runs that we've been showing in the stream here this morning, is that we have the potential of it really slowing down, possibly stalling inland. And whenever you have those situations, obviously that's not a good thing, because you have increased threats of rainfall and prolonging those impacts just a little bit worse. So the folks in Mozambique should certainly be prepared for a rainfall threat here, and obviously those on the coast should be prepared for the wind that comes with the cyclone landfall. But main thing for Mozambique is this is going to be a a big rainstorm, and not just for Mozambique, but for Zimbabwe and for South Africa as well, since it may stall near the border of those three countries, and affect all three of those. So they should definitely be paying attention to their local meteorological services and be prepared for threat of heavy rains in those countries.
Yeah. There is a new frame that I'd like to show on Windy. It shows that the eye wall is getting more defined, and eye temperatures are now minus 52. So that is warmer, or no, colder. No, warmer, yeah, sorry. Yeah, I think there is small chance for Cat 4 landfall. I doubt it, though.
Right, the most likely scenario is that it's going to hold its intensity at 105 knots or 100 knots by the GTWC, just because there's just so little time, before landfall here and for it to go up or down. And as we can see right now, it's if anything, maybe on a slight upswing, but I don't really think that it's going to materialize into anything. And this is fairly normal, because as we go near the coast, oftentimes we see these storms give their last gasps of intensification as it's, aided by the frictional convergence of the coastline and the very warm water near land. So that might be what we're seeing now. I don't think that it's going to amount to any intensification, but we definitely don't expect it to weaken any before landfall, unfortunately. Yeah. So we're probably looking at a mid-grade category 3 here, which is still very dangerous and very destructive, obviously. So
I'm gonna put in a poll to ask the viewers. What's this, Q&A? No, not that.
Quite normal to see, but to answer the question of the viewer that posted in the chat, it's been an eye wall replacement for a while. It has, and that is being complicated, we believe, by downslope and dry air, which is a fairly normal thing to occur here in Madagascar due to the shape of the coastline and the way that these storms approach it, and the high mountains that are not too far inland from the coast. The good thing is that it hasn't been able to complete it, because if this eye wall cycle was able to complete, this storm would most likely be intensifying back to at least a category 4, but thankfully it hasn't been able to do that. The environment is very good. It's just that the eye wall replacement is the reason for the slow weakening trend that we're seeing. At this point, we're probably leveling off as we near landfall, but the eye wall replacement, it's a double-edged sword, if you will. While the peak winds, they come down and the pressure rises. So we have an overall weaker system, but we don't have any less dangerous system during an eye wall replacement, just because of the fact that, those impacts are more spread out now, instead of, being confined almost like, think of it as a compact storm like Charlie. It hit the same area as Ian did. Charlie, at my house, I don't think it ever had a hurricane force gust. Meanwhile, at my house, Ian hits the same place Charlie did. I got 5 feet of water in it. I mean, obviously, it doesn't compare, but I'm just saying that when you have an eye wall replacement, you don't have any I mean, really, yes, you do have weakening, but if you think about it in the big picture, it's not weakening in terms of the impacts and the threat that it makes, because the wind field just becomes larger, which we've shown earlier with the new ASCAP that we've had. It's definitely gotten larger than it was.
Yeah. Alright, I just added a poll. Looking at the poll, we have 9 votes. Most people are saying 120 miles per hour, sustaining its intensity.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, obviously, I didn't watch it overnight when I was sleeping from about 03Z to when I woke up at about just before 12Z. But I would say that's a fair assessment, given that. I mean, overall, it's not too much different from last night when we had it at 125, but we've seen a little bit of a degrade. Seems to be kind of trying to rebuild its eye wall again, but it doesn't really, warrant an increase in intensity. So I would have to agree with what most people are saying and say that 120 mile an hour would probably be the best estimate at this point.
Yeah. Can't get over how close that eye wall is to shore.
Appia updated for me.
Alright.
The imagery did. It's still behind windy from the looks of it, because it doesn't show that ring wrapping all the way around the western eye wall yet. But it did update for me.
Yep. Ojapai is working now. Yeah, that's pretty out of date, I think.
It is, but the still image updated more recently than the loop.
Right.
See?
Yep.
But it's still outdated by a couple frames.
We look at water vapor. Very moist. No dry air.
Yeah, if there's any dry air, it's going to come from continental downsloping dry air more than it would from.
Can you explain what that means in the chat?
Okay, so basically what you have when you have continental downsloping dry air is as you approach a landmass naturally will contain more dry air than a sea would, because there's less humidity. So as a result of this, and this is commonly seen in Madagascar, with the way that these cyclones approach, it's almost going at the angle of the coastline, right? So what can happen is these high peaks can almost, with their winds and the way that it goes off of it, because it's pulling, you got to remember, this cyclone is pulling behind it. It has offshore flow, so it's pulling this. So it can basically essentially pull dry air from the coastline into its center at times. So when you have continental downslope and dry air, that's what that is where it can essentially pull dry air off of land into its circulation. So
Yeah.
That's what I believe we've had happen at times, which has complicated the process of the eyewall replacement. We had the same thing happen with Bats Orion and Naughty, so it's not quite too uncommon here. But I would say out of the three storms, Bats Orion appears to probably be the most organized one at landfall. Naughty being the least, and this being, appears to like it'll be somewhere in the middle. So
high temperatures at minus 55.
But that's how downslope and dry air works, is that it essentially can, pull dry air from land into the storm. So,
yeah, that makes sense.
Madagascar is noticeably more worse with this. I would guess that three reasons for this are because of the way the coastline is shaped and the way that these storms go towards it, and the fact that the first couple miles of coastline is very flat, and then it goes very rapidly into mountains and high peaks and stuff. So it's kind of like almost like it runs downhill. So
yeah.
And not only that, but we don't have the very warm and high oceanic heat content waters here off the coast of Madagascar as we would somewhere like, for example, the Philippines or off the coast of the Dominican Republic or right. $67.1975.
Yep. Right, so this is what the oceanic heat content looks like down in the Philippines, or up in the Philippines. Very high. You'll notice red spots. And if I pull
it's the off season there.
Yeah.
It's like literally. Well, officially they don't have an off season, and officially they have been known to form year round. But it's quite uncommon. Obviously, they're a lot less active this time of the year than they are from May to November. But the fact that it has almost as much ocean heat content now as somewhere like Madagascar does in mid-season just is a testament to what I was saying earlier about when you have so much more oceanic feel, all the other factors are harder for them to affect the storm because the convection would be so much stronger where.
Yeah, also I'd like to mention the fact that this is where the storm is, like, right now, pretty much.
Right, so it's going to be moving over a little bit higher stretch of ocean heat content before it goes over Madagascar. And then as we can see, when it exits Madagascar, although its structure will be completely destroyed, it has a very high, deep, warm pool of 100 oceanic heat content waters waiting for it that can help kickstart it and get its structure back organized as it likely re-intensifies to a cyclone before Mozambique.
Yeah. Let's see what else we can pull up. I'm wondering what the latest frame's like for this. There it is, getting closer, and you can see it's trying to turn nighttime now.
Mm-hmm.
The sun is now setting over 93S.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have a landfall here occurring, just after, not too long after sunset here, for a couple hours. So.
Oh wait, it looks like the JTWC might have updated.
Oh, they did their cone and everything.
Well, on this it shows it. It did.
They did. Nope, they did. Yep, they did. Indeed. I actually don't see the cone yet, but I see the text. The text is updated, and obviously 100 knots initial intensity. They have 60 knots. That's the next point. They have it inland. I'm going to go ahead and copy and look up the coordinates just to get a whereabout of where they have it at. Something you could probably put up on screen.
Someone asked, except for Windy, what other website do you use for tracking? There's a good site called tropicaltidbits.com.
but right now it's down and it's not too helpful in this region, anyways. Unfortunately.
Well, model data is good here. You're able to do the slider and see where
Yeah.
each model thinks it's gonna go.
Mm-hmm.
Hurricane Felix asked, "How strong do you think Freddy will be?" Here is our latest cone. We have it peaking out at 80 miles per hour before making landfall.
Yep.
Dapaya is another website, DAPIYA. That is relatively good if you want to see satellite imagery. Wow, just look at how destructive that looks.
Mm-hmm. And as we can see, the eye is obviously, generally cooling or collapsing from what we've seen, but that's not really a sign that it's any less dangerous, because at this point it's close enough to the shore to where the damage isn't done yet, but the damage will be done in terms of, like, you can't really change anything about the intensity, structure, and time, unfortunately. So at this point, we're expecting it to maintain pretty much where it's at now, and then hit land, and then obviously at that point, we will begin to rapidly weaken as it moves inland.
Yep. Oh, this is a custom scale, Raiden. The windy colors and stuff. I just added some pink to it.
Yep.
Oh, in order to change the windy scale, you click on the menu and then you click settings, scroll down, customize color scale, and then you go down to satellite.
Yep. And we've seen plenty of different scales, out there, so.
Yeah.
Kind of cool how you can
Change it.
implement your own thing.
Yep.
Okay, so the first GHWC forecast point is just before the halfway point over Madagascar, the 12-hour point. The 24-hour point is, it's still over land, but is a couple hours from exiting into the Mozambique Channel.
Alright. Raiden, you're welcome.
Okay, now the cone updated for me.
Alright, I'm gonna see if it updates for me. Nope, not yet. Can you send it?
Yep, I got you. Okay, right here. Alright, right here, right now. There you go.
Alright, that looks cool. Like the fact that they shrink it. Alright, I'm gonna pull it up on stream now.
Well, something to note is that the GTWC cone is more than a cone, it's multi-purpose. actually. So you see, while it is a cone of uncertainty, it is a wind field cone more than anything
Yeah.
at the same time. So obviously, as it weakens and goes over land, it would make sense for the wind field to shrink. So while you have more uncertainty as it gets farther out, in this case, you're more certain of the wind field because the wind field is going to shrink. So that's a common misconception with the JTWC cone, is that, you know, it's a wind field cone more than it is anything. But something I do want to point out about this cone here is that two things. Number one, they don't explicitly have a cyclone forecasted in the Mozambique Channel, but it's pretty easy to assume that they do, given the fact that they have it going from 45 knots to 60 knots, and they have it over water with a decent amount of time. So one could even argue that they're forecasting more like 70 knots than 65.
Probably.
So they're probably still thinking along the same thing. It's just right now that's in between the forecast points. And another thing that I want to mention is that if you take a look, and this is the opposite of the MFR cone, is that it has it when it goes inland slowing down, possibly stalling, it has it going to the south instead of to the north. So
yeah.
that's something that is a bit different than the MFR forecast.
Also, I'd like to mention the fact that that wind area, this whole entire cone, also denotes an area of ship avoidance. Right over here.
Yep, ship avoidance. And that's another reason why you won't see it when it goes over Madagascar. But the first advisory over Mozambique will be the last advisory the GTWC issues, because when a storm goes to inland and is heading towards its dissipation or whatever, the JTWC is done with issuing advisories on that system, just because of the fact that they've done their job at that point, and that is to alert shipping and, you know, embassies and all that sort of thing. And obviously, once they get it inland, there's not going to be any more ships. So if anybody's ever wondered why the JTWC does that, that's why. You know, sometimes I've even seen them. I forget what storm it was, but it was a typhoon that hit China at 105 knots, like 2 hours inland, because it was like a Cat 4 landfall, and that was their last advisory on it. So,
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's why they do it that way. It's just them following their protocol.
Mm-hmm.
Something else I want to notice here is that we have 38 warnings from the JTWC on this system here. And remember, they're issuing advisories every 12 hours instead of 6, where they normally would be.
Yeah. This is
So
their
you gotta
38th
realize,
cone.
we would have 76 advisories had they been issuing 6 hours.
No. Because earlier they were doing...
That's I don't understand that how they did it earlier, but now that it's near land, they're not. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah. Now it's nighttime over 93S's center.
Yep. So it's nighttime's gonna fall sooner rather than later over Freddy here.
Yep. Oh, look at that eye. Looks like a cross there. Plus sign.
Uh-huh.
Minus 59 Celsius. The eye wall had a good thing going. Now it doesn't look like it's going to really work anymore. The eye wall is now starting to touch shore.
The outer edge is starting to
Yeah.
come online. The highest winds and the highest rainfall associated with it is not yet on land, but it likely will be soon, from the looks of it.
Let's see how far away it is. It's now 75 kilometers away from the landfall site. And let me look at the eye wall. 25 kilometers. I'm gonna look at the pole
And
now.
as we take a look here at, you have a topographic map, I'm sure, of Madagascar, where we can see. I just posted one actually.
All right.
Where we can see right now. Let's try to match it up. We are going to be south of the biggest peaks, so we are going to miss the 2,000 plus meter peaks and the highest of it. But we still obviously are going to be passing over some pretty significant terrain here. So based on that, we're still expecting to see a very rapid weakening. We're probably going to be in a situation to where once we make landfall here as likely a category 3, we're going to go from a category 3, hurricane level to probably a tropical storm in, less than 8 hours or so. So definitely going to see some very rapid weakening here.
Yeah.
Not as rapid as it would be had we gone over those highest peaks, but it's definitely going to win the battle against Freddy.
Notice the breakage in that eye wall there.
Mm-hmm.
It looks so close. Like it was just about to complete its eye wall replacement cycle there. Did that yesterday as well.
Yeah, to where it looked like it was going to finally close off the outer ring, but then and actually I think it did briefly last night before I went to sleep.
Yeah, it did.
Something must have disrupted it again. Maybe some of that downslope continental dry air. But that would have, if last night's organization would have materialized into now, we would be in a situation to where we have a clearing eye landfall instead of a clouding eye. So obviously it's a good thing that didn't occur.
Yeah. Oops, I zoomed in. There we go. Sad though that it's turning dark there. Can't get out the information to as many people.
Yeah. Thankfully, though, it has just gotten started to get dark, so hopefully there's still a lot of people that are up and monitoring this because, obviously at this point we're right at an imminent landfall of only a few hours. So.
Yeah. Wondering how large that eye is. "30 kilometers. 35 kilometers.
Okay, the Joint Typhoon Warning Center's forecast discussion has just updated.
Alright, can you read that?
And yes, okay. Joint Typhoon Warning Center, this is their 38th warning. This is their prognostic reasoning. They have, as we know, an intensity of 100 knots, pressure at 964 millibars, maximum significant wave height is 45 feet. Animated enhanced infrared satellite imagery shows the system remains compact and symmetrical with a defined 6 nautical mile pinhole eye and is about to make landfall in central Madagascar. The eye has since become cloud covered and the western half of the system has intruded into Madagascar with early indications of unraveling. The initial position is placed with high confidence based on the eye feature and the ERI loop. The initial intensity is also assessed with high confidence based on closely clustered agency and automated Dvorak intensity estimates and reflects the slight 12-hour weakening trend. The environment for now remains favorable with light vertical wind shear, strong radial outflow, and warm sea surface temperature. Tropical Cyclone Freddy will continue on a west-southwestward track, make landfall over the next few hours, and cross Madagascar, exit into the Mozambique Channel shortly after Tau 24, then make a final landfall over southern Mozambique around Tau 66. The rugged terrain of Madagascar will significantly erode the cyclone down to 40 knots by Tau 24. Afterward, the warm waters of the Mozambique Channel will feel a modest intensification to 60 knots by Tau 48. After its final landfall, the rugged terrain of Mozambique will rapidly erode the system down to dissipation by Tau 96. Model discussion. Numerical track models are in very tight agreement with a gradual and even spread to 108 nautical mile at Tau 72. Afterwards, the models erratically spread out, an indication of a weak vortex. In view of this, there's a high confidence in the JTWC track forecast up to Tau 72, then low confidence afterward. Given the uncertainties associated with the land crossings, there's low confidence in the JTWC intensity forecast. So that's it. That's their discussion right there on the cone that we have on the screen.
Yeah.
Something to note is that they forecast landfall in Madagascar or Mozambique, my bad, in around hour 66. Now that point right there that you see 60 knots is at hour 48. So they've still got 18 hours over water with it there. So one could assume for sure that they think that it'll be a cyclone at landfall. It's just that, the next forecast point after that's inland. So definitely something to watch for in that area as intensification to a cyclone before landfall.
And also, Angie Ford said, "Just want to say your dedication to your work is endless." Subscribed earlier from NTHQLD Australia. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, we love to do these things, and we love cyclones. But when a significant land threat arises, such as this, it warrants the seriousness of it. So, and that's what this is. That's why we have the live here, and we're covering it. So, people can tune in and see what's going on, and hopefully, be prepared for this thing.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see the next frame. See what happens to the outer eye wall, how much of the coastline does it go into, and what the eye looks like next, eye temperature. TurboBlocks ask, what will Freddy do? Make landfall.
I'm not quite sure what you meant by that, but it will make landfall in Madagascar in around 3 hours, give or take, as a Category 3 cyclone, bringing heavy rainfall, strong winds, and high storm surge in the coastal lake region. These impacts will cease as it moves inland and begins to rapidly weaken over the rugged terrain. After that, we're expecting it to reemerge over the Mozambique Channel around hour 24, where then some re-intensification is likely, probably back up into cyclone status as it approaches the coastline of Mozambique, where it will then make landfall there around hour 66 and move inland as it's weakening, obviously, and winding down, but at the same time, dumping a lot of rainfall in that region, as well as Zimbabwe and South Africa as well could receive some rain from this. So, long story short, that's pretty much what's going on with Freddy right now.
Yeah. New frame is not up yet. Oh wait, no, yes it is. It's up. Here's the difference. There, the left turn part of the cross is gone.
It almost kind of looks like after doing all that to connect it, now it's starting to disconnect again and starting to break back apart in that area.
Yeah. Let's look at the eye temperature.
So
minus 61.
Yeah, it's cold. It's probably maybe continuing to slow. I mean, at this rate, they have to drop it down to 100 knots at landfall. But right now there's not really any indication that it's weakening too much. But it's certainly not strengthening.
Yeah, they're saying dry air attack. I think they're talking about this area.
Well, it would make sense if so, due to the continental downslope and dry air that, I explained earlier, that where it literally sucks dry air off of land into the circulation, and that's most likely been the culprit that has complicated this eye wall replacement, which obviously is good for Madagascar, because if this eye wall replacement wasn't complicated, especially with how it was going last night at one point where it looked like it was about to complete it, we would be talking about an intensifying storm coming to land. But instead, we've thankfully been coming down slowly ever since the Cat 5 peak. We've just been slowly coming down. So, still a dangerous system, and doesn't make it any less dangerous than it was. But they would be correct when they say that it has issues with continental dry air intrusions in its western eye wall.
Yeah. Also, I'd like to note the fact that humidity's at 100%. On the coastline, Madagascar. Which is interesting. Time to get more recent distance on how far away it is from landfall. 74 kilometers in the outer eye wall is 25 kilometers. Yeah, I feel like our 14Z analysis is probably going to be 115 miles per hour.
15, you mean? But yeah.
Yeah. 185 kilometers per hour.
Go ahead and make a cone. I don't know if we've done that for
I have.
advisory here. Okay. All right. Well, then let's just update the intensity then, and
Probably not going to post it until landfall. Or no, I'm probably just going to make a landfall graphic.
Yeah, just make a landfall graphic like zoomed in with the location and the intensity and describe heavy impacts occurring, all that stuff.
Yeah. We'll do that in like whenever it makes landfall.
2 hours.
Yeah.
From the looks of it.
What is the most dangerous part of a hurricane/cyclone?
The eye wall. The eye wall is the most dangerous part because that contains the strongest winds.
I think he was asking about like strongest thing, like winds, rain.
Oh, definitely the storm surge.
Yeah, storm
definitely
surge.
The storm surge. Without a doubt, the storm surge, because you see, when you have storm surge, you just have you literally had the ocean coming to your doorstep. That's what happens. I experienced it. I always put my experience here. I always say it, but and Ian and I had 5 feet of water in my house, and I went through Irma. Irma was just wind for me. I had less wind in Ian than I did in Irma, but I had far more destruction in Ian than I did in Irma because everything in my house got flooded. So
yeah,
the storm surge is most definitely going to be the most dangerous aspect associated with any tropical cyclone.
Just keep in mind the winds are pushing the water on shore.
And that is why when you have an expanded wind field that you have a bigger problem, is because when you have a wider wind field, you have a wider area of water that it can push. So you have a higher area of impact in terms of the area being affected by the storm surge. So.
And I believe there's going to be like less water on the northern part, or like wherever it just pushes it, if that makes sense.
There should be. Yep, there should be.
That eye, though, just so interesting, just seeing it diminish. Look at the size difference. That's the difference between the two.
Mm-hmm. MFR Mateo France is now calling for landfall at around 2300 Z.
All right.
So I think that's, to me, that seems like it would occur sooner than that for sure.
Yeah, that is in
That's
how many hours? 9 hours?
Yeah, I just think that's a bit out there. It appears to me, and again, wobbles, especially in this situation with the shape of the coastline. But it appears, based on its current position and current motion and everything, that we're about 2 hours from the landfall. So
I'm gonna actually double check that in the motion. Right at 8:46, it's there. So let me do 7:40.
Oh no, I read it wrong. They 2300 local time, 16Z universal time. So no, they're on the same page. About 2 hours until landfall.
All right.
2300 their time. So just before midnight their time.
Yeah, it's moving 25 kilometers an hour. So yeah, about 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget, everyone, to like the stream and share it if you can.
Okay, the MFR discussion has now officially updated, and as we know, they are showing a cyclone landfall in Mozambique. But a key difference there is they have a 60-hour forecast point where the JTWC doesn't. But anyways,
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the discussion now that it's updated. Maximum sustained winds on the 10-minute scale are at 80 knots. The Dvorak analysis is at a 5.0. The central pressure is at a 965 millibars, so there's only a 1 millibar disagreement there between the two agencies.
All right.
It says right here, during the last 6 hours, the eye pattern has continued to degrade with a very weakened inner eye wall mainland in its southwestern part, suggesting a weak eye wall cycle. The Dvorak analysis is again downgraded. The system remains, however, at the stage of a tropical cyclone. Little change in terms of track forecast until the landfall over Madagascar. Freddy maintains its course towards west-southwest until evening, skirting the northern facade of the high geopotentials of the middle troposphere. In the short term, the short term, the forecasts of the various models remain a little dispersed and stable, with good confidence on trajectory accelerating until landing in the evening on the Madagascar east coast at the level of the provinces of Asiana and Batoya Bay, Futanoa Bay. So the same area that they've been mentioning for a couple discussions now, so that's good. When the system emerges over the Mozambique Channel, the dispersion of the models was clearly reduced on the last available runs. The trajectory prediction came back to the scenario of a more southern trajectory as proposed by IFS and joined by the last GFS run as well. This reinforces the confidence in this forecast. At the end of the run, the system on land slows down under the effect of the passage of a trough to the south and of the contradictory effect of the two residual ridges to the east and to the west, before slowly going back northwards to the reconstruction of the subtropical ridge from the southwest.
Yep.
With an internal eye wall structure that is currently quite weakened, the resumption of an intensification phase now seems to be excluded before landing in the next few hours on the Madagascar coast. Nevertheless, the possibility of a change in structure could induce a modification of the extent of the impact zone of the phenomenon during the landfall. Freddy should maintain at least the upper threshold of tropical cyclone during its rapid path towards Madagascar. At the end, after a classic rapid weakening over the Madagascar land, the central core of Freddy should restructure before a re-intensification over the Mozambique Channel in mixed environmental conditions. It could therefore reach the lower stage of tropical cyclone before its landing on the Mozambique coast by Friday. According to the forecast, the vortex should then weaken significantly over land. Now, right here, they mention some impacts associated with the storm. So let's get into that. Madagascar. Okay, I don't Yeah, that's not in English. I can't read that,
Yeah.
but I can say that it shows waves of 9 to 10 meters or 9 to 12 meters along the coast. That it's showing rainfall of over 200 meters, and that in
200 meters?
Mozambique, yeah,
You mean 200 millimeters?
yeah, millimeters. My bad. I don't. 200 millimeters of rain, 9 to 12 foot waves along the coast, and Mozambique. I can't really say what it's saying there, but it shows around 300 millimeters of rainfall. So generally, what we've been expecting from the model runs and everything we've been looking at. So
Especially with that subtropical ridge pushing it.
Mhm.
Is there a discussion on 93S?
I have to take a look.
Alright.
Nope, it doesn't look like it yet.
Alright.
I'm assuming they're not going to make one until they declare it a tropical depression.
Okay. Nothing new from Windy. Well, that brush tool app, that is called Draw on Page.
So we're on track to see a landfall at around 16Z, maybe a little bit after that, which would be roughly 2 hours from where we're at now. We will have a updated intensity fix here at the 1500Z hour, which will be coming in around 45 minutes. So
Yeah.
we should have an updated fix with location and intensity, and that'll be at that point it'll be right before landfall. We'll be about an hour away from land, so that'll most likely be the same intensity as the landfall.
Yeah. 'Let's look at all the different towns that could be impacted. Ansanavolo, Chianjavanto.
Managare right over there by the coast. That's
Yeah, Managere.
unfortunately expected to be one of the more heavily impacted zones, as the center of the eye could cross very near there. Perhaps looks like a bit to the north, but out of all towns on the coastline, it seems like that's going to be the closest one to it, Managere. So
Yep.
$25,000 people live in Managere.
Oh wow.
The good news is that the main part of the city is located slightly inland, about a mile or so, where the elevation is up to 39 feet. So they should not get any storm surge in the main part of the city there. That's one good thing about that. But in terms of the wind impacts, they're gonna, from the looks of it here, be directly in the eye wall and get those maximum winds of 115 or 120 mile an hour or something like that.
Yeah.
And not to mention, but obviously higher gusts, so. I do want to say this, that Manageray is the same area where Cyclone Batsarai made landfall.
It said it destroyed like 75% of it.
90% of the city, according to the Wikipedia article. This is the same area that,
I don't think a new frame came in yet. Element X, it likely has not re-strengthened. In fact, it's weakening. Probably in the 115 to 120 mile per hour range.
Right. It looked like last night, like it was about to be completed with the eye wall replacement.
And even earlier today.
Yeah, where we've seen evidence that the outer eye wall had become stronger and it started to become established and was starting to eat away at the inner eye wall, and then the eye was even starting to clear and warm up a bit. But it appears that a continental dry air entrainment was able to thankfully disrupt that. Otherwise, we would most likely be looking at a Category 4 again right now. But due to the disruption by the dry air, we have continued to see it just slowly weaken. It's generally been about a 5 knot weakening every advisory or so. So it's not by any means quickly, but it's slowly coming down in intensity. But as we've mentioned before, that does not make it any, less impactful or any less dangerous.
Yeah. It's interesting seeing all the little holes throughout the system. Raiden, this is likely 115 or 120. Probably 115 at this point.
Yeah, either or is fine, but I would probably say 115.
They're talking about the medical sign.
Landfall. The medical, in the eye? The
yeah.
Red Cross sign? Yeah, you'll see some weird eye shapes and some eye structures when you're undergoing an eye wall replacement cycle. I remember the other eye before the Cat 5 peak, when it was clearing out, it was almost like Pac-Man, and it was slowly eating it around, and
yeah.
And then it cleared out there, and ended up being absolutely beautiful at peak. I might upgrade it to 150 in my analysis and the post-analysis, but that's obviously for later
which
time.
storm?
Right now we're focused on this one right here.
Yeah.
But obviously right now the main focus is, while it's still active. But yeah, you'll certainly see some interesting structures and things happen with the guy during an eye wall replacement. So
yeah.
And obviously we hate to see, this headed for an area that was devastated by bad Sarai that 90% of the city was destroyed, this appears like it may come ashore not too far north of there. So obviously that's a bad scenario for them. But if anything, the only positive I can think out of that scenario is that they know to take this seriously. But it obviously is a bad scenario to have, back to back cyclone landfalls like this when you just had one last year. But if there's any positive thing they can take from it, it's that maybe they'll be more ready for this one. So,
and the next one, that whenever that hits. No new imagery. It looks so close.
yeah, we almost have that eye wall. As you can see, actually, the edge of it is starting to brush land in the next couple of frames. Excuse me, we'll have the eye wall on land. And then, obviously, when the center of the eye crosses the coast, then that's when we declare a landfall. But we're not too far from this happening here, as the eye wall is starting to come on shore, as you can see here, based on the latest satellite imagery.
Yeah. Let's look at the time there. Yep, nighttime's approaching. There aren't really any live cams. The closest one is La Reunion. And that area is currently clear, as we know right now. Well, I think that might be a new image. Yep, that's a new image right there. Minus 60 Celsius, so it's still warming or cooling.
Right. The rain doesn't look worse than the last rain though, but it doesn't really look any better. So right now, if it was me, I would go with either 115 or 120, and I would be expecting it to maintain that until landfall.
Yeah. I'm noticing some dry spots. This whole area. That area. That's mainly due to this whole thing is the center part. This part's the outer bands. Now we got minus 73 inland. These are all colliding. Minus 77 offshore. Minus 80. 81. Let's take a look at that subtropical ridge. Now I don't think it shows it well enough here.
Has the sun officially set on Freddy?
Not yet.
Okay, I assume that we're quite close though. Yeah.
Yeah, there's the line.
I do
There's
want
the
to mention
storm.
that I see in the I don't think this is going to be something that happens until after it makes landfall, but I can see that there is a massive plume of dry air that's being sucked in through one of the banding features that is eventually going to get into the
Which
the core
band?
system. The one to the south, right there. Do you see that outer band to the south? The one
Oh yeah,
right there.
I think I see it.
appears that- I think that there's some dry air getting sucked in through there. Unfortunately, I don't know if it'll penetrate the core before it makes landfall. And by the time it makes landfall, it's going to have a lot bigger problem than that anyway. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, just something to know.
Oh wait, hold
that,
on. New frames
once we
out.
do-
Minus 61. No, minus 59. I'm getting. Look at the outer core. Right there, next to Man and Jerry. Very close, right?
Yep.
Gonna measure how much it's on shore. 86 kilometers wide. Oh wait, no, not that. Man and Jerry's roughly like 7 kilometers away from that, and 74 kilometers away. Now maybe the center of the storm's like 70 kilometers. I think I might take it another zoom level. I don't know though. I think I'm gonna keep it zoomed down a level. I'm gonna take a picture of this. Now we have 50 votes on the landfall predictions. 30% say 130 miles per hour, 18% say 125 miles per hour, 20% say 120 miles per hour, and 33% say 115 miles per hour.
Fair. I mean, I don't feel strongly either way, but I think either 115 or 120 is looking most likely, right now. So as it stands right now, if I had to make the pick right now, I would go with 120. But like I said, I don't really feel strongly either way. Either or is acceptable, I believe.
Yeah. Earlier, I accidentally dropped my metal straw, and it caught on stream. Oh shoot, my Discord probably crashed. There it is. Alright, now it's working. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Alright.
I never lost you.
Alright. I dropped my straw midstream. It just... Oh my god, it made so much noise.
It's worth noting here, as I'd said about the area that is devastated by Batsarai, which is the same area that is unfortunately going to be hit by Freddy, is that the next year, 13 months later, and they're dealing with the same thing. This is definitely tough to go through, but if there's any positive that they can take out of this is that maybe they're better equipped, better prepared for this one compared to Batsarai, and if they're hit again in the future, which sooner or later they probably will be or have one pretty close to them, they can take the lessons and use it to prepare better for the next one. So while these are bad, obviously, because people have stuff destroyed and their lives change, and unfortunately, and some of these people lose their lives, and we hate to see that happen. But one of the good things is that when a region experiences cyclone strikes, they can learn from it, and they can learn to build back better and build their buildings better and learn how to prepare for the next one better and stuff like that. So hopefully they've learned from Batsarai, and they'll be better equipped and better prepared to handle this one. Hopefully this time the city does not end up 90% destroyed.
Yeah. There we go. Nighttime is now over. I forgot the name of this island. Grand Bay. It was Port something. This whole area here could get tropical storm force winds. And then mainly this area right here. This area, and like right here, is supposed to get heavy rains. Heavy rainfall. Here's the highest storm surge. Roughly like 1 to 3 feet here, and then moderate amounts over here.
Yeah, and hopefully, I mean, I don't know at this point how useful it is, other than to determine, you know, the structure and the size of it, and the wind field and everything. But it still would be nice to get one last microwave before landfall to know how far in the process it came towards completing it. We know last night it was very close, but
Yeah.
to get one right before landfall to kind of know would be interesting. So
Yeah.
and we oh man, it's only a half pass. I was gonna say we had one that was like 30 minutes ago, but unfortunately it's only a half pass.
Alright, can you send that?
Sure.
Alright.
Yeah, let me go ahead and pull that back up here. I'll just go ahead and look at another one because I've seen some green.
I
on
might be
FM
able to get someone in.
And MOCs on. Okay, cool. But I can send that right now and so I can put it on the broadcast, you know.
Alright.
But it's not really conclusive to me, but it does show obviously there's some deterioration on the southern side here. It's sending them right now. Right now my internet is very bad. It always is this time of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it hasn't even started to load yet on when it's sending. It's pretty bad actually. You might be better off. Actually, no. Here it goes. There it is.
Alright.
For me, there it goes. Yeah.
Yeah, you can really see how
as
it
you can
just
see,
tore
it's-
itself apart. Let me pull that up.
Mm-hmm. We got like a half an eye wall.
Compare that to the old one. I'm gonna try and learn more about Min and Jerry.
Yeah, so the area that is from Nasi Varica, Marasangini, and Managere, that's the area that is going to be exposed to the highest winds here, with Managere
Look at that
being
river,
highest
though.
because that'll be the closest to level.
On how much flooding there could
And
be.
that is right now. Oh my goodness, that is not a good situation. Yeah, that's not a good situation. Hopefully that river goes downhill, towards the coast pretty
Yeah.
quickly. Otherwise, water's going to be pushed up in there pretty badly.
Here's the overall size of that storm.
It's almost time for the 15Z intensity fix.
Yep. I think we already know what it is. It's 115 miles per hour.
Mm-hmm.
Look at how tight it wraps it around.
Yep.
Spots of minus 83 Celsius.
Also, something to note too is that obviously this is stronger than Leonaline and produces more ace. But something to note, I'm seeing the Weather Channel showed a track comparison of the two storms, and where Leonaline went into Mozambique is not going to be all too that much different of an area than where Freddy goes into. Freddy's going to go to a bit to the south, it seems.
Yeah.
But it's not that much different, really. And something interesting to note is that the middle part of the track, Leonaline, was farther south than Freddy was, obviously weaker. But now Freddy is going to be a little bit farther south than Leonaline, but go a little bit back north in the channel, whereas to Leonaline went more south in the Mozambique channel. So there's similarities here between Batsarai, the landfall intensity and location, and then Leonaline and the track and the longevity. But obviously this has more ace than Leonaline, because Leonaline spent a lot of its time as a Cat 1 and as a tropical storm. It never became a major hurricane until it almost hit Mozambique, where it was able to intensify into a Category 4 at. And of the high resolution imagery that I've seen, I think that it deserves 130 knots.
Yeah, I think...
But
yeah.
But anyways, it's just, notable to mention the similarities between those, as, individual analogs for storms are not always the best, but in this case, we can definitely draw some similarities in terms of, the distance tracked and all that.
Declan Tracking Storm says, alright, hold on. They say, do you think it will get to 130 miles per hour? Because they think they do.
I don't think so, and this is my reasoning. Even if the satellite signature improves, you have to realize there is a time here between when the satellite signature improves as to when you actually see an increase in wind speed. And given that you're at 115 or 120, whatever you choose, you would have to go up by 10 to 15 miles an hour to get there. And I see that to be rather unlikely this close to the coast. If and we wouldn't really know of it anyways if it did, given that we don't have no recon or observations, and SMAP doesn't work this close to land. So at this point, at the absolute most, it would just like gain 5 mile an hour, and even then I would consider that to be pretty unlikely. It appears to me that it's maybe even still slightly weakening, but I guess you could say the latest framer does rebuild the western eye wall again. So
They were
If I
saying
had to guess, I
just
would say
before landfall, which, I mean, it is just before landfall right now, pretty much.
yeah. Unless they mean like as it's coming on land, the eye is clearing out and
Yeah,
the
maybe.
convection's deepening, which could happen due to friction. But again, I don't see it boosting it more than 5 mile an hour, and even then, I think it's more so just gonna stop the weakening trend more than anything. But we'll have to see as we advance here through the next satellite frames. But that's what it looks like from the looks of it.
Yeah. It's getting harder and harder to find out where the whole eye is. Like there, it kind of looks lopsided. Around 70 kilometers away. Wondering how far it is closest to land. Like 50 kilometers. They're saying how many hours until landfall. Well, it's moving at like 25 kilometers an hour, so like
An hour and a half.
well, I mean it's 70 kilometers out, 25 kilometers an hour, that would be like almost 3 hours.
2 hours.
Yeah, 2 to 3 hours. It depends on where it makes
Right.
landfall, though. I think
Well,
at the
it
quickest
depends if
it'd be
it
2
wobbles north or
hours.
south. Right, but it's probably not going to go straight west.
Yeah.
It is going for southwest towards Manageray, unfortunately, because they was hit by Batsarai, which is the unfortunate part. So we're probably going to see. Let's say we're probably going to see landfall just before the 18Z advisory.
Yeah.
Anybody that is near Manageray, Madagascar, that is near the coast or is near any of those low-lying areas near that river, I would highly recommend that while there is still time, and again, I don't know what the conditions are like on the ground, but most definitely the storm surge levels have not peaked yet, so while there is still time, if you can get to higher ground, if you have not, if you're in that Manageray area, Manageray near that river region or a low-lying coastal region, it's definitely going to be wise for you to get to a higher ground if that is possible, given the fact that is likely going to be the area that is hit with the worst storm surge flooding as the landfall of major Cyclone Freddy is imminent.
Yeah. I'm wondering if there's any more questions or stuff like that. Oh wait, hold on, new frame's out. Look at how the eye like splits into two.
Ooh. Yeah, it's just becoming more cloud filled from the looks of it, you know.
It's now minus 62 instead of minus 59. The eye looks trash. That's what someone was saying. Yeah, it does. Man and Jerry is now in the core.
Yep.
Wave heights are pretty high. 8 meters, 9 meters.
Can I get a link to the live stream?
Sure. Let me find it first.
Because my buddy wants to watch it, even though he's not really. He wants to watch it.
Alright.
All right, I got it.
Alright.
So yeah, I sent my buddy the live stream link, but
Alright.
yeah, there's not really much else to say that we haven't already been saying, other than the fact that obviously we have the impending landfall of major Cyclone Freddy here. Big impacts are expected, especially in Manageray.
Yep.
It is recommended that anybody that is in a low-lying coastal area or a low-lying area near the river or delta region, if at all possible, that they evacuate to higher ground, because that area could see storm surge flooding of up to 2 to 3 meters, and that is definitely not something that can be good. So it's recommended that people in that area are well aware of the situation, and it's too late at this point to prepare if you haven't already. So you just got to find out the safest building and hunker down there. Like I said, if you're near Manageray, try to get something on the second floor where you will be safer from the surge, and just be ready for the imminent landfall here and to ride it out.
Yep. The thing is, though, the imagery is like 30 minutes out of date.
Yeah, it's that's true. It's 30 minutes behind. Unfortunately, we can't. Even if Dapia was working, which it is, I think it wouldn't be any more up to date. So, but at least we got the imagery within 30 minutes here, as opposed to where before we didn't. So,
Sunset is now
Cattle.
over Mauritius, and now about to go over Reunion. Here, I'm gonna update this. This thing's 90 minutes out of date. Look at how close it is to landfall on that.
Yeah. Very close. What?
Yes, finally the graphic works from the GTWC.
Mm-hmm. And as we've said before, this isn't done after Madagascar. It goes on into Mozambique. Likely it's a cyclone where it will bring a lot of strong wind into coastal areas and a lot of heavy flooding and heavy rains as we head inland. So not just a Madagascar event at this point. This is Mozambique, and more than that, it's a good part of Southeast Africa, because the model showed a lot of rainfall in Zimbabwe and the South African border around there as well, because the storm is expected to slow down, possibly even stall in that area.
Yeah.
The forecast cone that we've made seems to agree more with the JTWC than it does with Mateo France Reunion, just because once it goes inland, they have it, and we have it just slowing and stalling. Whereas MFR has it slow and stalling, but going north. So obviously, there's a lot of uncertainty with that, as when you have weakening steering currents in that situation, that's what you have.
Yeah.
But it's definitely expected to slow way down as it approaches the coast, and then slow down more inland and potentially stall. And hopefully, if the trend continues of it slowing down, hopefully it doesn't slow down more before landfall, which could give it more time to, re-intensify. So that's something that we're hoping doesn't happen, is it has more time over water, because that would not be good.
Yeah. Element X says, yes, structure has weakened, but convection has definitely increased. That's true.
That's true. Probably a lot to do with that, the frictional convergence or whatever near land. So.
Oh wait, I think there's a new
usually,
frame out.
It looks like it's just continuing to fall apart.
Yeah, look at that.
It almost looks like it's like the whole eye structure is.
I is now minus 63.
It might even be hard. Well, I think the eye, it might even kind of now be a little bit hard to tell when it makes landfall.
Now it's like 40 kilometers away. and the closest point 30 kilometers. So actually more like an hour away. Turbo Blocks ask, is the storm moving slowly or fast? 25 kilometers an hour.
Especially compared to how it was, it's moving pretty quickly. It's not moving like at a rate to where we're seeing some unprecedented speed or anything, but it's definitely moving on the faster side of the scale.
Yeah.
You know, so to speak, when we talk about the movement speed of these storms. 20 knots, give or take, is pretty decent amount of speed. So
Yeah.
definitely sped up a lot after it turned more towards the south and by Mauritius and Reunion.
Yep, convection's increasing.
LOL, who still has it as a Cat 4?
What do you mean?
I've seen one of the live streams on there that they have it as a Cat 4.
Oh,
one of
hold
the
on.
other lives.
Oh yeah, I see it.
That's not even where it's located either. Huh.
Yeah.
Freddy Madagascar.
Are there capybara in Madagascar?
Oh, those things that look like a monster rat.
Bro, they're kind of cute.
Oh, they're like a I know what you're talking about.
Mhm.
They are a rodent. They are a part of the rodent family. They look like a big rat. They let me see. I'll have to look.
Oh no.
No, it says they're in South America. So there is no capybara. Oh, I wonder if there's any like giraffes and like bird of paradise and stuff like that.
Yeah. Force 13 just uploaded their latest thing, they said. Still waiting on the next update. Something I'd like to note is that we've reached 2,000 views, which is very good. We're getting
Right
the
now?
news out. Yep.
Right now, or like we have 2,000 views right now?
Or I'm not talking about like viewers that are watching it right now. I'm just saying in total.
Oh, really?
Yep.
That's definitely pretty good,
Yeah.
because now we know that people are
Getting the
that's good,
information.
because now that, yep, not only that, but it also tells me that they're looking up information about the storm, because that's how they come across our stuff. And then obviously from there, then they learn more about it and stuff. So that's just a good thing in general, to know that people are taking it seriously and all that.
Yep. Don't forget, everyone, to like the stream. Try and share it with people in Madagascar or in Mozambique.
Okay, Capper said he will join the live coverage fairly soon.
Alright.
So that's good. We'll have another one in here then.
Yep. Thanks for reading that. I did not see it.
The GTWC Dvorak fix should be out soon. I mean, that's not very useful at this point, but it, still, it'll be out here at any point.
Yep.
Yeah, you can. We can just continue to see the storm push closer and closer to land. Looks
Yeah.
like it's deteriorating further and further, based on how the eye is filling in and convection's becoming ragged there, from what it looks like. Now the eastern side might be pretty tough. That could be one of the rare instances to where the backside's a bit stronger and
Yeah.
packs a bit more of a punch. That side's been able to sustain itself pretty well. The western side hasn't. So
It's interesting seeing the little gaps now going inland. Instead of it being all white or pink, now you see some blacks and stuff. I think that might have been an latest or a newer frame. I don't know though. No, that's not a
Looks
new
like it.
frame.
Uh,
Gonna look at the sunset line. Yep, approaching the storm, darkness.
yeah, it makes it hard when you don't have radar observation.
Yeah.
When you're because usually when you're near landfall, that's what you're relying on is it's radar and observation. But in this case, Madagascar doesn't have any, at least not in this region.
Yeah, it's underdeveloped. Unlike Reunion and Mauritius, there are radars there.
Yeah.
The newer frame is going to show a lot. I think that now the wind might be updated. No, not that. Let me look at rain. Yeah, no, GFS has it too early of a landfall. Yeah, pretty much every model agrees that there's rain going on Madagascar at this moment.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, there's a new frame that came out. Now it's incredibly hard to tell to tell where the eye is. Alright, where do you think it is right now?
Go ahead and advance to the new frame.
Well, this
right
is
there,
the new frame.
That's easy to tell. Okay, let me close it and restart the stream.
Alright.
Okay, it's loading up.
Hold on, I'm gonna refresh it.
I'm not really sure. It's hard.
My coloring tool
Okay, I
is
see
not
it now.
working.
I would say that the eye is there in that area right there,
This?
and that the western part that you're seeing warming is just part of the eye wall breaking down as it starts to feel the coastline there. The eye wall breaks down,
And this
but I
is
would say that
the,
indeed
like,
the
dry
eye is,
air, kind of?
right. I would say that it's right around there, where you have the circle, and then where you have the box is where you're having breaks, and the eye walls start to form.
Yeah, minus 63 to minus 64 Celsius eye. $35 kilometers away from land, 48 kilometers away from Min and Jerry. So like 1 to 2 hours out.
Yep.
Alright, can you entertain the stream for a moment? I'm going to go take a snack break. Or have lunch.
Yeah, so right now we're continuing to provide live coverage here of Cyclone Freddy, which is imminently approaching the eastern coast of Madagascar here. It's about to make landfall near Manangeray, where last year Cyclone Batsarai made landfall as Category 3. Brought a lot of damage and destruction to the city, destroying almost 90% of it. Unfortunately, we're expecting to see a landfall right in this area. We're right in Manangeray. So they're getting back-to-back Cat 3s here in two seasons in a row, which is quite unfortunate. But it's one of those things that unfortunately happen with tropical cyclones. And so, as you can see based on the satellite imagery, the system is continuing to slowly weaken as it approaches the coastline. This is due to currently ongoing oil replacement that has been complicated, to say the least, by downsloping dry air and just a generally not really enough ocean heat to complete an eye wall replacement. So between those two factors, we've seeing the intensity slowly decrease. That's the Category 5 peak. The intensity likely is not going to change much here in the last hour or two before landfall. Upon landfall of the cyclone, we are going to move inland over Madagascar, where it will then begin to rapidly weaken in classical fashion as any storm would over land. So, and then it's going to reemerge in the Mozambique Channel a little bit after 24 hours. And it's going to slowly start to reorganize there. And then it's going to likely become a Category 1 cyclone before reaching the coastline of Mozambique. And upon reaching the coastline of Mozambique, it will make landfall, push inland, and slow down, bringing a lot of heavy rainfall into Mozambique and the surrounding regions of Zimbabwe and South Africa. Models are confident on rainfall of 10 plus inches, and there's isolated areas of 20 inches or more. So, not a good situation for Mozambique either here. So, not just Madagascar here, but Mozambique is also going to be affected by this. But other than that, that's pretty much what's going on right now with Freddy. The latest model runs and everything will likely come out. And as we continue to track this here, we'll provide you updates as they come. It's just a bit hard here to do this when we have no radar or an observation here near land. But given the limited satellite data that we have, we're going to make the best out of it here. And it gets a bit harder to track the exact center, you know, when you have a collapsing eye, such as this. But in this case, we're still pretty confident about where the center is as we've been following it. So its fluctuations and whatnot. So we can pretty much concur at this point that a landfall is very likely around the Manager area in approximately 2 hours, give or take a little bit. And upon landfall, Freddy will push inland and will begin to rapidly weaken, but at the same time also bring a decent amount of rainfall over portions of Madagascar as well. So we're just here waiting it out for the landfall to occur. If any updates come from the GTWC MFR, or we find out any information of note worth, or anything along those lines, will be the second to report it to you. So with the first obviously being the ones that put out that information, we'll have it to you soon if we get it. But right now, we're just continuing to track the storm and see what happens with it, and make sure that everybody out there that is in the path is as prepared for this and knowledgeable about the situation as they could be.
Yep.
There's not really a whole lot to say besides that, but we continue to just await the landfall here of Freddy, your Manager A.
Yeah. I am back. Just find it so interesting seeing the eye wall breaking there towards the end.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's getting so close to shore.
Yeah, that's one of these situations to where, that eye wall could easily be benefiting from the frictional convergence, but in this case, it's dying down as a result. So, obviously, it's a good thing that Freddy's losing intensity as he comes in, but doesn't make it any less dangerous or anything like that, especially when you have a system that is expanding in size. So
yeah, I'm noticing the fact that sunset is now like officially over Freddy. Let me get a reload of this. Yeah, Europa Islands could get a landfall or something like that.
yeah, but I'm gonna take a look at Europa Island here in a second. But the JTWC new Dvorak fix, and very likely to be the final Dvorak fix before landfall, has a T 5.0 with a CI of 5.5. Large CDO, well-defined CDO of 140 nautical miles in diameter, yields a DT of 5.0. So,
Alright.
they're not using the eye pattern anymore on this one, as the eye is not really easily discernible on a Dvorak imagery scale. So,
Gonna add the official JTWC data to the TCR. Let's see, 18Z, that's 1 p.m. 130, 125, 120, 115. Also, I'd like to note that it hasn't been 115 miles per hour since around 7 days ago.
Since the whole time it's been in the South Indian and the Southwest Indian Ocean.
It's been a major.
And if you think about, from the time it crossed the border of the Ost region into the Southwest Indian Ocean, it's been a major hurricane at every point, and obviously based on the weakening trend, it would end sooner rather than later, but Madagascar is what's going to put an end to that. Basically the most legendary part of its life cycle, and I hate to say legendary with a land impact here, because for many people this is obviously the significance of the land impact, but from a historical record standpoint and everything, and the stats that this has accumulated, there's no doubt that when it's all said and done in the record books, that it is a legendary storm in terms of that. Obviously, this sucks for the impact that we're seeing, but definitely legendary in terms of the statistics and the records.
Yeah. Also, Lucky Champion in chat says, "Hey, at Hurricane Chaser Chase, I was once in Madagascar and I can't believe this. It's terrible. Sad that cyclones need to impact land."
Yeah, it's important to realize here that cyclones are a natural, vital part of the atmosphere, and they transfer heat poleward away from the equator. Otherwise, it'd be too hot to live near the equators, and it'd be too cold in the poles.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, land gets in the way of that sometimes, as the steering currents draw it towards land, and it hits land before it recurves, such as in this case, where land will interfere. So, yeah, it's certainly unfortunate to see that, and it happens in some areas where you would think, that it shouldn't happen in, but here we are in this area. But when you live in, at a deep tropical latitude under 25 degrees north, or in this case 25 degrees south, within 25 degrees of the equator, and you have warm, deep ocean water and, generally low wind shear, you're going to have storms like this that will threaten your coastline every now and then.
How's Freddy been looking like over the past few hours? I haven't actually been paying attention.
It was looking amazing pretty earlier. It was like minus 15 Celsius I, and it was looking good, and now it's torn itself apart, thankfully.
That's good. We should still see severe impacts, so I think you guys probably mentioned that already.
What?
Severe impacts.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you guys probably mentioned that. I've not been watching anything. I've been at school and everything, so haven't really been paying attention much, but I am here now. And we'll be checking up on Freddy.
Yeah.
So, I've come to realise that 93S hasn't had any major recognition from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center yet.
It's just a tropical depression, based on their analysis.
Yeah. Although I did
Mateo, France.
Going up to 45 knots.
Loser Kane asks, has it made landfall yet? No, not yet.
Nope. Very soon, but not yet. Is that the newest frame right there, the last one?
Well, that is the newest frame. I just don't know if it's a newer frame. It might be.
Well, at least we can see where the eye is now, and very unfortunately, it looks like it's headed directly for the same area that received a direct impact from Category 3 Batsarai, which is Madagascar. So that's a very unfortunate scenario for them, but it appears that they're in for this back years here.
Yeah, it looks like the eye warmed by 3 degrees Celsius from minus 64 to minus 61.
Interesting.
Might be that last second frictional convergence boost, on the shoreline before the eye crosses over shore. Oftentimes we'll see a storm do that, because the thermodynamics can very briefly improve, where the frictional convergence can aid in the development of convection and maybe a slight, so I think that might be what you're seeing here at landfall. I don't think it's really going to amount to anything, but it's not unusual to see that right before land.
Yeah.
And if it might not be a bad time, while we're waiting, why don't we go at what you know what easterly wave is, right? The website Easterly Wave.
Yeah, I believe so. Isn't that the ensembles?
Yep, I'd pull it up right now, and I would go ahead and look at the South Pacific and the region near Australia. It seems like it could become quite active.
Where, in the Australian region, or?
The South Pac signal decreased, but hey, that's that basin for you.
Yeah.
But yeah, in the Australian region, you can see on the Indian side there's a couple ensemble signals for something to potentially form right there.
Yeah. Wondering about the Western Pacific. Yeah, that thing's dying out.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go if that Riley gets his major that he's been wanting in the South Pacific over the past while.
Yep, I continue to make fun of the basin.
Yeah.
I made memes about it. I'm making a documentary about it.
I can't wait.
It's a 2-part documentary. You see, the first part of the documentary focuses on the history of the basin, how they form and everything, and it kind of closes with how it's seen a decrease in everything. And then what I do is I go into the documentary in part 2, describing what factors are leading to this and all. And I've got a pretty good idea what is leading to these factors. And I think that when we see a return to a full-on El Nino, we'll see this basin act like it should again. But I think, like, overall, consistently wise, I think it'll be hard for it to consistently be as active as it was in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah. Looking at Freddy's chances of 34 knot winds. And then 50 knot winds, and then hurricane or cyclone force. Yeah, that eye is beginning to warm up slightly from the dark reds to the light reds. Or lighter reds.
It seems like always those last couple hours before landfall seem to take forever, because you're like an anticipation.
Yeah.
Where it's like, okay, we're nearing land, and it's like it takes a little bit longer, and then especially in this situation, to where you're not going parallel with the coastline, but you're going down it instead of going straight on, so. But I'm gonna go ahead and take a look at some of these model runs now that some of these the 06Z Euro and all that is running. Pretty soon we'll have the 12Z in a few hours. It'll probably be over land by then, but for the Mozambique part and all that, we can take a look at it.
Yeah.
So, assuming that gales have reached Madagascar by now,
Yeah, that should be likely.
There should soon be hurricane force winds on the coastline.
Yeah, there should already be cyclone force winds.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it's about to make landfall. I'm looking. Yeah, it looks very close to land. Yeah.
The 06Z Euro, it shows it emerging over to the Mozambique Channel at 1,002 millibars. It's quite broad, but it starts to get organized fairly quickly and becomes probably a cyclone before landfall in the 980s. And generally, the ECM tends to be a bit conservative, so it wouldn't surprise me if it, is underestimating just a wee bit. But as we know in the channel, it doesn't have time on its side, so.
Yeah.
I'm taking a look right now, and I think from what it looks like, I think the Western Eye Walls has moved inland already. That's what I'm taking from the current frames.
Here is the topography of Madagascar. This is where it's roughly expected to move. You'll notice this huge area where it would kill it, or would severely weaken it, and that's where it's going over, or expected to.
And there's really no avoiding, obviously, that general area at this point, but it is going to avoid the highest of those peaks. But it's still going to pass over some pretty rugged and terrain that will entirely rip any structure that you have apart. I don't think it'll be like Man-Cut, though, where you have no CDO and you just have a big monsoonal convective band rotating around an exposed center. I don't think it's going to be quite like that, since it's avoiding most of the large peaks and isn't overly large at landfall anyways, but it's obviously going to be pretty broadened and pretty bad after land.
Yep. I'm making a 3-hour loop. That's pretty laggy. Probably gonna exit out of that.
So looking at as of 12Z, we have 115 knots from the Giant Typhoon Warning Center, 964 millibars. The position's at 20.7 south, 20.7 degrees south, and 49.6 degrees east. And the ACE is at 67.1975 at the moment. That's of 12Z. That's what I'm getting from it. And yeah, I'm guessing it's just going to move inland shortly. I'm guessing that intensity's been maintaining over the past few hours while I was gone.
No, it's been weakening. Like, we had it at 125 miles per hour at... Wait, hold on, I need to look. I believe it might have been 12Z. Yeah, 12Z.
So I'm looking right now and the eye seems to be filling up, so it's not, it's not exactly clear, and I can tell that as a result, it's probably weakening.
Yeah, it's generally a slow weakening trend. Now, in the most recent frame, though, it looked like the eye wall was going to collapse, but now it doesn't look like that no more. Now, at least we can, like before, we couldn't really tell where the eye really was when coming on land. Now you can clearly tell where it is. So,
yeah, it repaired itself there.
I mean, obviously, I don't want to see it repair itself, but hold together just good enough to where we can see, the eye of where. I mean, we got an idea of where it is, anyways, but you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Honestly, if the Western Eye Wall does end up collapsing, I wouldn't be surprised, because that terrain is going to start getting to it eventually. And
oh, there's a new frame out now.
What's it showing?
Well, here's the eye. Obviously, right here. Oops, now I finally get the tool. That's the eye. Hold on. I think the music stopped. There we go. Alright, this is the eye. Moving in this general direction. I don't know if this part's the eye and then just this part's collapsing, or if the whole thing's the eye.
Yeah, Giant Typhoon Warning Center had a T5.0 on their fix, on their latest fix, which came out an hour ago.
Yep. Likely to make landfall within the hour.
Which will be the last fix over water.
That will be, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's very
Another thing to note about the Western Eye Wall is it has been struggling since pretty much the start of the eye wall replacement. That has been the weakness point, is the Western Eye Wall, where it has at times been open and at times repaired itself and then opened back up again and stuff. So the combination of the downslope and dry air as well as it being near the coast is probably not the best friend of the Western Eye Wall, and this is one of these situations because it hasn't been able to hold together and the Eastern Eye Wall has. This would be one of those situations where I won't be surprised if the eastern side has a bit more higher wind to it since it's been able to hold together.
Yeah. I have just checked. It appears to be around 20 nautical miles from land, maybe even closer. That's not even nautical miles, that's just miles. Yeah, around 20, maybe even less.
What is that in kilometers?
In kilometers, I will check. Hold on. Alright, hold on. In kilometers, it is around 38, 40 kilometers, maybe less, from the coast right now. That's
Alright.
as of the 1530Z frame at the moment on Zoom Earth that I'm using to measure this right now.
Alright. The farthest distance I can really get is like 30 or so.
Philip Klotzbach from Colorado State just tweeted, Cyclone Freddy has now generated the most accumulated cyclone energy by a single storm globally since IO 2006.
Oh wow,
Right.
wait, so it...
Well, because Ivan was in 2004, and because John was in 1998, and Typhoon Paco was in 1997.
Yeah, wait, so it beat it?
No, it hasn't beat it yet up to second, but the other ones have been before IOC. IOC was 2006, so since IOC it is the highest ace producer, but it's not yet
yeah.
up. The way that he made it sound is he made it sound like it's now second, but I had to reread it, to clarify. Since IOC it is, but it's still it's in fifth right now, and it's going to be very close as to whether it finishes second, third, fourth, or fifth, as we've seen the list, of how close it is. Actually, let me send this in the chat, and this might be something that you can pull up onto the here onto the stream. Right here, I'm sending it right now. There we go. That's the current ace. Okay, and we can add one ace unit to that. So Freddy's at 67.2 ace units.
Let me pull that up on stream.
67.2.
67.2. Alright, so it's 3 ace units away from Paca. 3.6 away from John.
Yep. It's going to be very close, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really stands out on the list as the only Southern Hemisphere one on there.
It certainly does, and then it's not something I would have expected if, even weeks ago when it looked like it would get all this way over this west. It's just crazy that there are going to end at or very near 70 ace, if not, a little bit more than that, moving to second all time. But it's quite the journey here for Freddy.
Yeah. Look at how close that is to landfall.
I will say that when I look at the, maybe you can see it right now on Depia. There you go. If you look at 93S, you can see that it's definitely becoming more organized. Almost looks like it's starting to even be in the early stages of forming a CDO.
Yeah.
Because you can definitely see that it's wrapping up tighter, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I will look at it in a bit more detail in a bit.
Alright.
Yeah, most of when I've looked at it has just been when I've seen it in the model run when I've been looking at Freddy. It's kind of caught my eye like, oh, there's that one.
The eye wall is now very close to Min and Jerry.
Something else to note here is that I've said it plenty of times, but the South Indian Ocean ACE level is at 131.8, and the full season average is 138. By the time Freddy is done and 93S is done, we will most certainly have here's the average season.
Yep.
And March is historically the best month, so this is, as we were saying yesterday, it's going to turn out to be quite a good season for the South Indian, especially given that March, the month where we already had the average ACE secured in and we're headed into it, they had the most ITCs and most VITCs there.
Yeah.
So I'm definitely thinking we're going to see more ITCs. There's no doubt about that. But we got an okay chance to see another VITC as well. And if we were able to see one, it would be the first time that the South Indian had 3 VITC in one season.
All
so
right.
one more season, and that's another record that we can break.
Yeah.
I wonder what the Wikipedia image is going to be. Is it going to be the 145 knot peak that JTWC had, or is it going to be the actual peak? I think that they go by the RSMC, so I'm thinking that it's going to be the MFR peak, because I remember they did that with Hina Manor, and now if you look at it, it's got that sheared peak where it's just, there's no way it was as strong as that peak, but that's the overall peak that they have it at.
Yeah.
Here,
this was a good graphic here. If it will work. Let me refresh it. Hopefully that will make it work.
And
Yep,
if anybody
here we
is
go.
wondering, if anyone is wondering, the ECMWMF model does make 93S into a tropical storm. I'd argue that it probably is one now based on the satellite appearance, but it does show more strengthening in the future for 93S. It doesn't get it too strong.
Someone asked, what are
But
the
it
wind gusts? Possibly Cat 5.
No, we wouldn't have Cat 5 gusts at this point. We would have gusts around 140, 145 miles an hour, given the fact that we're at 100. We're going with 115 or 120, but either way, I'd go with 115 and keep that till landfall. But I think that the wind gusts would probably be around 140, 145 mile an hour, maybe occasionally gusting up to 150, but that's pushing it, And usually when you have a weakening system, you don't have as strong of gusts as you would with a strengthening system. Because
so
something that I've noticed.
And here you'll notice I just want to show how all the waves here. All of it pushing inland. This part is at an angle. However, this area is hitting it head on. And you'll notice that river as well. You'll see these little lines. It's pushing it through that as well. Alright, so what are we going to say?
Something to note is that generally I've found out that when you have a strengthening system at landfall versus a weakening system, is the strengthening system usually has more gusts. A little bit more stronger and more frequent violent gusts than you do. And obviously in a weakening system, you're still going to have it. But it's probably a little bit less common as it's not as convectively active and all that. So that's just something that I want to point out that I've noticed from my experience in storms, and some pictures of the damage I've seen of strengthening versus weakening storms and all that. The worst damage that I've ever seen from a storm it's probably high on and Harold. Obviously, Harold's not on the same level as high on, but it's just that it was strengthening so rapidly that it probably had gusts that was so violent that made the damage. That
Yeah.
made the damage look that way. Something that I've just noticed that I wanted to throw out there is that, the gusts might not be as much because it is weakening, but we're still probably definitely seeing some Cat 4 gusts in there, and those are certainly capable of significant damage.
Yep. Let's see if there's a new frame. Nope, not yet. I'm gonna zoom in. That is the eye and where it's expected to go. Actually, maybe a little bit more south.
Yeah, which wouldn't be good because that would
Give it
bring
more
it closer
time.
towards. Yeah,
And also closer to
Managerie.
Managerie.
And not only that, but it's not so much more that it's more time, but it's less time over, some of those higher peaks and higher mountains. The more south that goes, the less terrain it encounters. I mean, obviously, as we've established, there's no way for it to avoid, significantly disrupting its structure. But obviously, if it goes over less peaks than it would more peaks, it wouldn't be as disrupted as badly.
Yeah.
The two fastest weakening landfalls I've probably ever seen have to be Patricia and Goni, with, a very intense down to, very, very weak, very quickly.
Yeah.
And in that situation, you had a very small, compact storm. Well, Patricia's not very compact, but its core was because of the pinhole. But you had a storm with a compact core that tracks over very high, rugged mountains, and that's why, in the case of those systems, they had extreme rapid weakening.
Yeah.
And right now, with the location of where Freddy is, it is starting to go from those 10,000 feet deep waters over to waters that are starting to rapidly get shallow as it gets near the coast. So obviously we're not going from 10,000 feet deep water to 10,000 foot tall mountains, but we're going to definitely be going to some pretty significant terrain here after a couple hours,
Yeah.
pushing inland.
Yeah.
So. It's
New
not like the
frame,
Philippines
new
where you
frames
go
out.
from-
Here's the system right there. The eye is one of those two, or maybe even the center of them.
I would say it's more likely the one that looks more like the eye, so the one more towards the center, the one that's a little bit warmer.
Yeah. And all, like, really the center of the two. It's like 18 kilometers away from land. 27 away from Managerie. So we're under an hour point. Really, wherever it goes.
Uh-huh. Yeah, and as we deal with a situation like this, um, with the conditions getting worser, at the coast and everything, it's important that people realize that when you go through the eye, that you realize that the backside's going to be coming quickly. So
Yeah, no, you're
the
not
the
done
brief
yet.
lull, yeah, the brief lull of the rain and the wind and all that will exist,
I
but
think that
you
the
got to be
rain
ready
will
because
be still going though, thankfully. So it's not gonna catch anyone off guard. It's just because of how like filled in the eye is.
right. That's true, but I can tell you this: I was in the eye of Irma, and the eye was as cloud filled as this thing is now, and there was no rain and no wind. You couldn't
Oh
see the
wow.
sun, but it was pretty low. And I remember when I was there, there's this guy got out of the building. He says, "I'm gonna walk to the store." I'm like, well, "You're gonna do what?" "Yeah, I'm gonna walk to the store." He said, "He's like, damn, it's over just like that, huh?" I said, "No, it's not over. This is halftime. It's not over. This is just
Yeah.
halftime." And come to find out, it obviously it wasn't over, but the backside of Irma was pretty weak, so it never really felt like it. If I'm being honest with you, didn't even feel like to me like it had sustained hurricane force winds. But even then, regardless, you still have a lot of weather, that is going to be on that backside. And in the case of Irma, I had evidence on radar IR that the backside was weak. But here, if anything, the evidence that we have is that the backside could be stronger.
Yeah,
So you don't
definitely.
want to be caught off guard with that. Yeah, you don't want to be caught off guard with that sort of thing. And always, don't venture out into the eye or do that sort of stuff. When they tell you all that, don't do that.
Let's see. So Lissy here says very close to landfall. Yes.
Yes, we are indeed very close.
Look at the eye wall or like core of the storm weakening right now as it gets closer and closer. It's not that thick of a core. I think that might be a new frame. I don't know though. Yeah, it probably is there. It looks like it could possibly hit Min and Jerry. Oh, there's some chat messages now. Eddie Jordan says, I am in the northern part of South Africa. Wind is picking up. Is this because we are in Freddy's path? No, not right now. It's far away. It's hitting Madagascar right now. And Mackey's Millen says, hello, I have not found any webcams from the area. Is this normal? Mauritius did have. Madagascar doesn't really have any webcams because it's underdeveloped. So really just satellite data is the only thing we got. Is the Dvorak fix out yet? Have you already done that?
Yeah, that was a 5.0, 5.5.
All right.
And this will be their last one before landfall, so Dvorak don't work over land.
T5.0 is what again?
What 5.0 would be equal to 90 knots. 5.5 is the CI equal to 102 knots. So I guess you could say if you take the average of both of them, it would be 95 knots if you went in between both.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I think I'd put it at 100 knots. But if you took the average of the two Dvoraks, that's what it'd be.
It said we are 500 kilometers from Mozambique. Mozambique's expected. Here, I'll pull up the cone where it is right now. Roughly where it is. I mean, that's somewhat out of date. And notice at the end of this cone, that's 3 days out. Trying to draw a good circle around the eye.
Alright. I am back.
Alright. Eddie says thank you. You're welcome. Be sure to subscribe and like, please.
And I don't know if this has been said or if it matters, but Madagascar has closed down most schools in the area today.
Well, I mean, yeah, that makes sense.
They should be closed, yeah. There is quite literally a danger to life, so honestly, if they aren't closed, then I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
But, yeah, good that they have. Hold on.
Alright.
We'll be sending the latest microwave imagery.
There's
Hold on.
another one.
Yep, sending them through now.
The last one was a half pass.
This one is a full pass.
Alright, do you have the other coloring? That one.
Don't worry, they're all coming in now.
Alright.
Yep, all come through now.
Yeah, I see it. I'm showing it on stream now. Its structure is completely like getting destroyed.
Yeah, probably isn't a major anymore. I've downgraded it to 110 miles per hour, winds wise.
Are you sure? It still has an eye.
Still has an eye, but it's deteriorating pretty quickly. Well, not pretty quickly, but it is deteriorating now, and I wouldn't say it's a major tropical cyclone anymore.
I'm wondering, based on that, is this the actual eye, or is it just... Or yeah, it has to be the eye.
No, it would still be the eye. It's and as far as he's saying, I can guarantee you this: if it does have major winds, it's not on the western or the south side. If it does, it would be on the eastern quadrant. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
you
I
can,
believe it's on the northeastern side.
that would probably be the highest winds at this point from the looks of it. Yeah.
Oh, we got a new frame. This may... I mean, it's super close to landfall, right?
Oh yeah, we are very
Yeah, very
close to
close.
landing.
Time now.
Like, given that this is 30 to 45 minutes behind, in reality, it's probably starting to go on land. But since we gotta obviously wait until we see it here, but given that it's behind, that's probably what's actually going on.
Yeah, it's like 10 kilometers away.
Yeah, if anything, judging the lateness of the frames, yeah, it probably might have made landfall. But yeah, it possibly could have. Maybe it's minutes away, I don't know, but it's very, very, very close. That eye might have now gotten over to land. Slightly, yeah. Not entirely sure, but probably, given the delay.
I'm gonna go ahead and look at the best track data and see if I see any surprise edits or anything, because we
Right.
know they will pull that.
I'm pretty sure that the new model runs are coming out for most of the models.
Right.
I'm just gonna check. Feel like it is the case. Hold on. Yeah, 12Z is now loading in for GFS.
Alright.
Doesn't seem like there's any overrides or updates or anything to report. Check.
So looking and up to hour 42. Oh yeah, not all of them have loaded in yet. We've only got up to hour 30 realistically, and then we've got 42 and 78 At the moment, up to hour 30, it crosses, rapidly deteriorates, emerges over the Mozambique Channel as a 1003 millibar system, and then it does start to gradually strengthen. At the moment, we have it until hour 54, where it is soon to make landfall in Mozambique as a Category 1 equivalent system.
Yeah.
It does strengthen pretty quickly according to the GFS as it approaches Mozambique. That's at the moment.
Yeah. Most models have been doing the same, to where the first 24 hours over water is just re-getting the structure going, and then right up land, it does strengthen pretty quickly right before it hits. So a C1 is definitely pretty likely, in my opinion.
I'm looking at hour 78 on GFS, and it's looking like it's holding on very well as it goes further inland. It's actually pretty far inland, and it might still be a cyclone strength, to be honest, from what it looks like. I can't read the pressure because it's kind of blocked by level. Yeah, by
CMC had it like downgrading down to a remnant low when it exits.
CMC's loading in as well. So
Right.
it does enter Mozambique as a 1008 millibar system, so probably not a tropical cyclone at this point. But I'm looking. Yeah. I'm looking, and it turns out that the new CMC run, has it strengthening very little. If anything, minimal tropical storm strength, and then it makes landfall in Mozambique, and don't know what happens from there. But yeah,
Right.
very little strengthening from CMC, minimal tropical storm status at the moment from them. And that's all we have at the moment. We'll have to wait for the new, for the other hours to load in. Yeah, it is. If anything, it's probably made landfall now. So I've just sent in an image from EU Metsat right now, and it turns out that that eye is extremely closed right now.
Yeah.
It probably has made landfall by now.
Can you try and get a good image of it at landfall?
Yeah. Interesting. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Riley's gone off, so
Alright.
he might come back, I don't know. Oh yeah, and I am looking, and it turns out that it's actually gone. Yeah, Freddy's gone a bit more south from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center forecast cone. It's actually gone more south.
Oh, wow.
It's really difficult to use. So still it will be going through roughly southern central part of the country where terrain is pretty high, and yeah, rapid weakening as expected before is possible, likely, very likely. We'll have to see how it emerges over the Mozambique Channel, since a lot of the models do say that it's going to emerge very weak.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the major models have loaded in their 12 Zerons, pretty much. Icon's almost finished, but it's missing some hours at the moment.
Yeah.
Most of it's done. So yeah. Icon, it emerges as a tropical storm, strengthens, makes landfall as a potential Category 2, low-end Category 2, high-end Category 1 in Mozambique, heads inland, survives quite a bit, should be a silver floating burn. And then the GFS has not loaded in a bit more. It does make landfall as a high-end C1. Heads inland is a strong system still. CMC is still not loading in. And what about Euro? Euro has, oh yeah, it's still on the 6 seed. Alright then. I'm looking at its 6-0 and it looks like it's holding on as it goes inland, and it should make landfall in Mozambique according to Euro as a 986 millibar system. That's pretty intense.
Alright.
We could expect high-end C1 or or low-end C2, depending on how it goes at the moment.
And I was saying that the worst case scenario is probably a Category 3. Best case scenario is mid-range tropical storm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, low-end mid-range tropical storm is probably the best scenario we've got, and that's likely what CMC's going with at the moment. I will be back.
Alright. There's so much anticipation waiting on the next frame. Could show that it's a landfall. I'm probably gonna stop Discord streaming just because I think it's causing lag.
Right, that's fine.
Yeah, the stream is still very laggy.
What do you mean by that? Like it's behind real time?
Or no, I mean like the frame rate.
Oh, how far behind is it? Like in terms of like between what we're saying now,
15
like
seconds
right now,
maybe.
when they can. Okay, that's not too bad then.
So, eyes now, from what we know at the moment, I've seen that the latest frame has showing it having its eye touching land now.
Alright.
Well, it's probably further in now. I'm gonna send it over. Yeah,
And then we can pull that up.
Yeah, latest frame has its eye pretty much touching land now.
Yep, I would say that we can give this, I don't know, another 5 minutes, and then we can officially declare landfall.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably next frame we get, we're gonna see a confirmed landfall.
Case, go ahead and start making a landfall graphic.
In a
What do you think
moment,
we should
I'm
go
trying to fix the lag in the stream.
Right. So should we just run with JTWC, or should we make our own estimate, or what do you think we should do?
I feel like 115 miles per hour makes the most sense. Oh wow, yeah, I see the
Okay.
newest frame.
I'm going with 110.
Yeah, the
right
next
now.
frame. The next frame, it will be crossing the coast.
It's like minus 64 Celsius I, just barely an I. I need to find my landfall graphic first. Let's see, Major Cyclone Freddy.
Slightly, it
115
would
miles
be-
per hour, and what pressure?
Well, what did you have at the last one?
I believe it was like 951, 125.
I'd go with like 959
Alright.
or something. Even that's yeah. And then, just if you're wondering, put slightly north of Manageray, since it's slightly
Yeah,
north
I
of
know.
that. So.
But I'm gonna have the landfall site at, or like the name of the landfall site, Manageray, or
Right,
Manageray.
since that's the closest thing to the landfall, is the closest city.
Yeah. Alright, time to pull up my landfall marker.
Yeah, judging by the latest frames, I'm gonna assume that probably somewhere around 1615Z and 1630Z, we've probably had a landfall.
Yeah.
And yeah, should be heading inland now. Despite it likely to rapidly deteriorate over land over the next few hours, extreme and severe impacts should remain, and everyone in the region needs to be sheltering, needs to be doing whatever keeps them safe and whatever keeps them alive, because this will be a very extreme danger to life and could potentially kill you if you do the wrong things. So please make sure that you are doing the best that you can be doing.
Yeah.
Impacts will be severe for the next several hours as it crosses, as it starts to cross Madagascar.
Alright, now time to remove the background of this.
I am waiting. Oh, right.
You got it?
Landfall at 1615Z confirmed. I can tell you.
And now, for the first time in his life, Freddy needs to realize what land is.
Yes.
Yeah, right. We'll be sending the latest Dvorak imagery, which shows a landfall has occurred. The eye has officially crossed the coast.
Alright, can you get
As of
another,
16
like,
Yep.
photo, like something that makes it look good, I guess.
You want visible imagery? Because I can give you that.
Visible or infrared.
Hold on.
Nope, not that image.
I guess you could use the 16Z frame, but I think the 1615Z frame will look better since it will be more over landfall, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, but 1615Z is a confirmed landfall.
Can you send it in, the visible?
Not come out yet, not the 1615Z frame at the moment.
Alright. You refreshed the page?
I am refreshing, and yeah, only the Dvorak imagery for the 1615Z has come out.
Yep, we are definitely have officially made a landfall. So anybody that's
I found one of the
here
infrareds
it-
that shows it.
So we have definitely made a landfall. Anybody that is watching this stream that is in Madagascar, that is near Managerea, it's too late now. You got to hunker down and stay wherever you're at. Hopefully, that's at a higher ground if you're near the coast or the river region. And significant impacts are likely ongoing right now in the coastal region. Eventually, Freddy is going to push inland now. It is just now officially made its landfall. As it pushes inland, it will rapidly weaken over the high peaks of Madagascar, but still deliver a lot of rainfall on its journey across Madagascar as it rapidly weakens.
Yep. So it's Manon, Jerry.
Man and Jerry, yep.
Alright.
Jerry.
Yeah.
Right, I think visible is out. Visible imagery.
Alright, I'm gonna send in the landfall graphic.
Right, visible imagery is not out yet. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah,
Right.
I like that.
Wow, the cloud tops really started blowing up here in the latest frame.
Always right at the coast. Because technically speaking, the exact moment that it's making landfall is actually more favorable than the moment before it makes landfall, just because that land actually will have a very high latent heat flux. It's just that it's for so little amount of time compared to the water. So that's
Yeah.
why you'll often see that for the frame or two after land. But then obviously then it begins to rapidly weaken.
Right. I will need to go do something again. I apologise.
No
I should
worries.
be back soon. And yeah, keep monitoring the landfall.
Alright.
I will be back shortly.
See ya.
appears that the highest storm surge is certainly going to be the river region right there by Manangeray. It appears that
Yeah.
we're in a situation where we'll be seeing storm surge possibly up to 10 feet or a little bit more. And, right by the mouth of that, by that river where it opens up into the ocean. So definitely a significant storm surge threat right there, certainly.
Yeah.
And it's obviously hard to say and make a fix now, but I would say that most likely we're going to be down to somewhere in the range of Category 1 at the 18Z.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, if we're at 115 now, we can assume that it's probably down to 110 now since that's the coast. So we're probably going to be a high-end Category 1 by then. Just, assuming a normal overland rapid weakening.
I don't know yet, though. I mean, it still has its eye. We might go automated, I don't know, though.
So do you want to continue the live until 18Z?
I don't know, maybe.
Or keep going after that even?
18Z is probably the max I'm gonna be going for this.
Right, well, we're almost at 17Z now, just so you know.
Alright, so another hour.
Makes sense. Even we plan to do about an hour until after landfall, because that's usually when it starts to, fall apart and pretty quick, so.
Yeah.
An hour after landing. Like right now, we are still at, literally just as soon as the landing.
Oh, come on, it's not letting me draw. There we go. Nope, come on. There we go. Oh, here's another eye view. Look at that.
Definitely on the coast.
Yep.
As a 1630Z frame, we certainly have a landfall. In fact, I would say that more like around 16 to 15Z was the landfall time. But as we move inland here, we're going to begin to see rapid weakening of Freddy.
Yeah.
But that's not to say that those inland can't get impacts, because they will. There's expected to be a lot of rainfall, and especially in some of the higher peaks. So definitely a bad situation, obviously, for those here in Madagascar, and those that are slightly inland. So yeah, that's where we're at.
Yeah. Alright, now it is 17Z.
Yep. One more hour of our stream, and then we can make a
Automated.
estimated intensity fix. Yep. And then we can go to automated.
Yep.
As of now, obviously we can't. I don't really think it's gonna. I mean, it'll probably be down to a category 2, but I don't think it probably has now already. But I don't think it'll be quite down to a category 1 yet.
I think right now it's still a Cat 3.
So, yeah, there's really not
Not much
much else
talk
to be
about.
said at this point. But yeah, because we've made a landfall here as a 115 mile an hour category 3 near Madagascar, the same city that was hit by Cyclone Freddy last year. There's right now likely very strong winds, heavy rainfall, and significant flooding occurring surge-wise.
Yeah.
By the river region, and there's strong winds and heavy rain, and right now it's pushing inland. We're expecting it to begin rapidly weakening at pretty much any time now that it's over land, especially as it heads farther inland where there will be high mountain peaks that will significantly disrupt and totally destroy its structure. So that's what we're expecting to see here. And not really much else to say other than that. Except that now that Freddy's made landfall, he's going to begin to rapidly weaken.
Yeah, I think I'm actually just gonna swap it over now.
Oh, what, to the automated
Yeah,
stream?
I'll send it in
Yeah, well,
the live coverage group chat.
yeah, and then we can go ahead and make an estimate at 18 and 21 and 00Z, obviously decreasing each time given that it's overland. But
Yeah,
if we feel we need to do this again when we're intensifying in the Mozambique channel towards Mozambique, at that point, then we can do it again. Because we did get a lot of views from Mozambique and South Africa, so I
Yeah.
think that it might be worth looking into doing it again, but not until like it's less than 24 hours from landfall.
Yep.
Less than 12. So yeah.
Yeah, the eye is now inland.
Well, all right, if we're gonna switch over, then. Yeah, well, all right. Well, if we're gonna switch over, then I'm gonna get off of here and let the automated stream take over. I gotta go do some things anyways, but yeah, I guess we'll see if we need to do this again when we're approaching Mozambique, right?
Yep. Alright, thank
All
you.
right, I'll see you.
See ya. Alright, that was our stream. Hope you all liked it. We are going to be swapping over to an automated stream just to give you all current information. And also, I personally need some sleep because I woke up at 5:30 a.m. local time for me just so I was able to get this on time. Thank you, though, all so much for blowing this up in popularity. I mean, 2.5 thousand views is insane. And I'm really glad, though, that I'm able to get this information out to those who need it. Let me make sure our cone is there. Yep, there it is. Alright, now let me get music set up. Alright, there we go. See ya, everyone.
Cyclone